Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat the sound of the bass drum. Come with you, best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your machine nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking show and so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl.
family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. And shout out to Brother Tavis. I mean, I just love that song. He really laid that out. Thank you for letting us use that on the show. As you can see, I ain't even letting it go because it's the cut. So thank you, brother. So shout out to the YouTube family. Shout out to the YouTube chat. Sis Tanya is early in the house tonight. Shout out to Brother Land. Shout out to Ncast Vibes. Shout out to Sis Thelma. Shout out to Bradford. Shout out to Sis Kel. Shout out to Sis Sheeby. Shout out to Sis Michelle. I think I got everybody. Let me make sure. Shout out to Son of the Universe. Shout out to, I think I got everybody. Yep, I got everybody. And shout out to all of YouTube family watching us. Okay, fam. So we are on our 10th. I know that song just gets me hype. I play it a couple times during the week when I'm trying to get work done. I put it on and just be like going. So just a great song, brother. Thank you so much for allowing us to showcase it. So we're on episode 10 with our series with Brother Odel. So y'all know how we do it here. We have to move where the energy goes. The purpose of this particular series is to talk about the age. Everybody talks about this age of Aquarius, but we're giving you the real deal on what's really going on. So he's incorporating all of the Black Sun stuff we talked about, as well as we kind of veered off into how the system was really built from both sides, from the true financial side, as well as tying that true financial side to the spiritual side. Okay. And then because we are who we are, Nephew Nuwa has been laying it out. So he came in with some additional information, cracking some codes. So we've been on that for the past couple weeks. So I hope you all are getting some value out of this series. I have several updates I want to get through tonight. I have a couple things from last week that I didn't even get a chance to get through. Hopefully I'll get to those this week. If not, no, some of them I got to get through. And then I have some new stuff to get through as well. So I'm looking forward to it. So let me bring on my co-host. So Sis Sandra, you didn't unmuted yourself. So peace and love, sis.
Man, I have to grab it while I can.
Yeah.
This system is crazy lately. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I had to rename you because you dialed in on your phone. Your phone number will show up. So yeah, because once we display Zoom, I don't want the world to be seeing your little number. So
no, I don't want them either. But I have a new computer. I have a new one.
I kind of figured you was gonna have to get a new one when you said it's in the shop. That usually means just go on and get a new one.
but you know what? They blocked all your emails to me.
Recording in progress.
Yeah. They blocked all your
emails
to me. Yes, ma'am.
Ciao.
Every last one of them. Even the one when it was finished in the shop, they had finished working on it, the 26th. You sent me one? I can't open it up. And I think it's because this new computer doesn't support an S program or something from Zoom.
Let me see. Did I send you files? Or you can't remember? You know what? Let me see. Because it could be if I sent you files. Because I was probably sending you what Brother Odel sent us. And I noticed.
Yeah, it was files with it too.
Okay. Because you know what I noticed? the files that Brother Odel be sending, they be attaching viruses to his file. But I
They
have
won't let me open it.
antivirus stuff on my computer and it wipes it out. So in your computer's defense, it was just protecting you.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. It's something about it's not.
Yeah, it's a virus
Insecurity.
on those files. So, I mean, in your computer's defense, it's doing what it's supposed to do. Although, if you have antivirus software, it should be cleaning up the virus.
I only had 2 days, so I don't know yet.
Oh, okay. But I'm sure that's what it is. Now that I think about it. So in your computer's defense, it's just protecting you.
Oh, that's good because it's been making me crazy lately trying to set it up.
You know I've been
So
cracking up
I'm
at
glad.
you. Last week, it was your phone. I'm like, oh no. And we both sitting here like shit. I'm in tech, but y'all know I don't mess with them iPhones like that. I gave up on iPhones. Think I had got up to the 4th version, and what made me switch, they was pissing me off, making you pay for the apps, and I didn't appreciate it. So I gave up iPhone and the iPad. I don't mess with them for that reason. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
This new computer is making me pay for all the apps.
Well, you
That's
don't have to
probably
tell
why-
me if you don't want to. What computer you have?
I have a Pentium.
I don't even know what that
360.
is.
HP.
Oh, I got rid of HP because
HP Pavilion.
yeah, last HP I had, it was a laptop. I was fired up too, and I got the cute rose color one, big monitor. Cause I don't play with them little monitors. I have to get the big one. I had it exactly for 2 years. Boop. Gave out. And I took it to the shop. And I already knew I was going to have to get a new one. And had them put another hard drive in. And I called HP. And they like, oh, we sorry. I'm like, yeah, you are. So I never bought another HP. I went back to Dell. I'm like, I've always rocked with Dell. I'll stick with Dell. HP went to the dogs.
Well, this one that just broke was a Dell, and it lasted for 14 years.
See, that's why I rock with Dell. Dell, I mean, I literally have like 2 laptop Dells that's like one's close to 15, 16 years, and it still works, but it's slow because it's old. But I won't mess with nothing else but Dells from now on because HP sucks. It just, as a matter of fact, I got two Dell computers and 1 laptop. I will not mess with HP anymore. They only got me that one time. They can go on somewhere.
But they're really cheap now, so it's easy to switch them out real quick.
Yeah,
It's
you
the
pay a
setting up
little
is the
bit
problem.
more for Dell, but it's worth it because it's going to last. It's definitely going to last. And the only reason I had to get a new Dell computer because my old one, which that's the one when y'all see me looking over that way, that's on another computer. That's my old Dell. But it's because when I be processing the videos, I need a heavy duty, a powerful processor. So that's the only reason I bought another Dell. But it's nothing wrong with my other one. That's why I use it as a secondary. But yeah, Dell's the only one I'm going to buy. And I don't like Apple's computers either. I had an Apple one for work. Matter of fact, I still got that MF. I need to go turn it in because I'm like, nope, give me a Windows machine. I want to toss this fucker across. I ain't got time to be remembering them commands and it's cute. I'm like, I need to get to this work. I ain't got time for all the only thing I like Apple's computers for. Their editing software is the top of the game. That's where Windows suck. Their editing software is the top of the game. I'm not going to lie. It handles graphics well. But to do my every other thing, Apple can go somewhere, cost you the arm and a leg to put Windows on. I'm not Windows, Microsoft Word and all of that. My project management tools. It's just like impossible to get them because I'm not giving them no $2,000. So I don't mess with Apple products like that. So anyhow, I'm sorry.
Well,
Go ahead.
I have an
sis.
iPhone.
No,
have an
I
iPhone,
refuse.
So I know what you mean.
First of all,
iPhone.
I'm not giving you, although Androids have gotten that expensive too. I'm not giving you no $1,000 for no phone. I'm not finna do it. I'm not gonna do it. No. You only gonna get top side of me $300, so I'll get the lower version Android. I just cannot, in my soul will not allow me to give them that money for that iPhone. I'm like, it don't look that damn good to me. No, Apple ain't all that, and people love them some Apple. It ain't all that. When it first came out, it was all that and a bag of chips. It's not all of that. It ain't the best technology. It used to be the best technology. It used to be uncrackable. It ain't none of that no more. So, no, you're not finna receive that up out of me. I don't care what bells and whistles you put on it. Nope. But, it's just where people, we spend our money different ways. I just ain't finna spend it on no iPhone. I don't give a damn. So, anyhow, how you doing, sis?
I'm doing better since I finally got this thing to work. It blew out my electricity yesterday.
Wait a minute, what did the computer?
Yeah.
Sis, that computer should not blow out your electricity. You got something else going on.
It tripped. I had the hard drive. I had to reload the hard drive.
That still didn't do it. Do you have a surge protector?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not plugging it directly in the wall, right?
No. This one I did.
Take it off of there. Put it in a surge protector.
I have a surge protector on the floor.
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah, get you a...
because it is on the cord straight to the computer.
Yeah, always plug your computers in a surge protector.
Yeah. So anyway, I finally got everything into it I need because I needed the documents I had to type that was half typed in the other computer. And I was going crazy because it was already at 3 pages and I don't want to start that document again.
Why didn't you just, you couldn't get to the document?
The computer broke.
Oh.
The other one? It was in the other one.
That's why we got to back up our files. I've been getting a lot better with backing up my stuff. And that's where Microsoft 365, where you can save stuff in the cloud, that's why it's good. Although in Apple's raggedy ass defense, they were the first ones to come out with that cloud concept. I do remember that in their defense, because I remember when I got my iPad stolen, thieving ass Atlanta, they stay stealing your shit in Atlanta, but I was able to recover all my data off of Apple's cloud. But yeah, if you... Office 365 is worth the money. I think it's only like $10 or $12. Huh?
$69.99 a year.
Yeah, it's a couple of dollars a month, but it's worth it to back up all your files.
Yeah, I just bought it.
Yeah, it's worth it. Because don't nothing piss you off more than losing some data.
Oh man, I was getting headaches trying to get.
Yeah, and external hard drives too, Sis Kales, and I know I ought to be ashamed of myself. I have an external one, and I'm not disciplined enough to do it, but I do have all my stuff backed up. Yeah, several other places, but I do need to do it on external. Why? Who said they had a flip phone? I know. RTD up there talking about some. Took me a long time to get rid of my flip phone. Child,
And now
that's
they got it
real
back.
old school. What you say, Sis Sandra?
They got a flip phone back.
Yeah, but
There's a new flip phone out there.
yeah, I'm not going back.
I didn't want that. I had mine in my pocket. I just bought it. I bent over. It flew out of my pocket and went into the water in the gutter.
The flip phone, sis.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
When was this?
The last time they had the flip phones on the market.
Oh, okay. Oh, so it's been a minute. It's been a minute. Okay.
It flew out of my pocket. You know, it's in my pocket.
Yeah, because they were light.
Flying out of my pocket.
Yeah.
Yep.
They were light. Yeah. Yeah. It was a lot of people that liked those flip phones. I remember a few years ago, it was about 5 years ago, this one lady said she rolled up in the store and needed to upgrade her phone. And they were like, okay, ma'am, let me see. We're going to transfer your numbers from the old phone. You know how they do from the old phone to the new phone. It's that and the third.
Mm-hmm.
She broke out that flip phone. She was telling us the story. And she was like, bam. She said, because this young folks that work in those phone shops. She said the whole store fell out. I said, girl, I would have fell the hell out too. And that younger was like, ma'am, I can't transfer that data, baby. I hollered. I said, girl, you had a damn flip phone.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's funny. That was funny as hell. She was like, girl, and if it hadn't started acting up, I still wouldn't have got no new phone. I'm like, well, damn, I just 1 or 2 generations behind because I'm cheap. But damn, a flip phone?
I paid about $800 for that phone, and I didn't take the insurance out because that wasn't enough money, and it flew right out of my pocket into the water.
Oh, I would have been hot. But I ain't never paid that much for a phone. I'm just refused.
Well,
I'm just not finna do it.
Well, I'm telling you, I did. I paid quite a bit for this iPhone.
Yeah, I know, because I think they start at like 1,000. And my coworkers be getting on me because, you know, everybody in tech. What you doing with that little Android? I'm not spending no 1,000 on no phone. But you spend my purses ain't got shit to do with that $1,000 phone. Stay focused. I'm not spending no $1,000 on this phone. I'm sorry.
I love it so much. I went to the store and forgot it at home. I didn't even care about it. But I paid a lot of money for it. It's just a phone.
It is.
I haven't seen any. I paid a lot for it though because I didn't know that I should have got another one, but a cheaper one. But I wanted to get one that had all the famed angles to it, right? And so I paid for it, but I don't really care for it. It's just a phone.
With that iPhone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I block calls and then call
I know
anyway.
a lot of people like it. They like the new one. And, no.
Maybe it's because we're not techie. I'm not techie. My profession is nursing.
I'm techie and I'm not giving them $1,000 for that phone. I don't give a damn what they say. I'm not finna do it. No.
It was $1,200. It was $1,200, okay?
Mm-mm.
It ain't $1,000. It's $1,200. And I said, ooh, really?
That's a quick weekend trip. Shoes and a purse. No. Hell to the no. Not gonna do it.
All I get is telemarketers and spams. They got that. That's all people call, really, telemarketers and spams, And, Amazon got a big old scam going on.
Yeah, that's all they do, RTD. They take amazing pictures. Yeah, they are miniature computers. They are miniature computers, but but a lot of the younger generation, they do everything on their phone. My nephew come calling me a couple months ago. Auntie, I've been hacked. I'm like, okay, all right, get in front of your computer. No, I'm on my phone. I'm like, God damn it, y'all in these phones. I'm like, are you doing banking? Yeah, I'm doing all. I'm like, oh, shit. So I had to walk him
I don't do
through.
nothing like that. I don't know.
Yeah, they
I
do
don't do anything
banking
like
on
that.
there.
No,
They do
absolutely
everything
not.
on there. And I'm like, hell to the no. I ain't doing nothing on that end. No. Hell no. I'm like, you gotta
If
have
they
an
have me,
antivirus software on there. You doing everything on there. I'm like, I know you got your little nasty ass pictures on there. You better get your shit together.
yeah,
So yeah,
you
they
be a
use their phone
Hunter
for
Biden, huh?
everything. Huh?
There'll be a Hunter Biden. They better be careful.
Ciao. Hey, Niecy Pooh. Remember that dirt we heard on dude? And I can't even say it. Ciao. I'm just gonna
The
turn
one
my
I
head.
just said.
Ciao. I can't even say it either.
He had 3 computers.
It wasn't no scandalous dirt. It was just a little bit of personal dirt, just to put that out there. And I can't tell that personal dirt. But anyhow, go ahead.
Yeah, well, they got old boy trying to make him look like he's a nice person in the news now, so people won't get all
He's
up in
for the
arms when he goes to
streets.
trial.
That boy, no, not boy, he's a man. That man is for the streets.
Yeah, he's a total thug with a father that's in politics, but he didn't clean up.
Niecy Pooh, Biden's son. Remember? You remember? Think about it. Yeah, we can't tell that part, but he for the streets. That's all I can say. He was in them streets deep.
I know. He had pictures of him in the streets, on the streets, anything.
Child, yeah, he was a
Be
hot
in the
mess.
street.
Yeah,
He was in the streets too.
He's for, like the youngins say, he's for the streets.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
for
you
the
could
streets.
call
I
in if
saw
you
the-
want, Niecy Pooh, but we just can't put his business out there like that.
I saw the videos on the
I ain't.
computer. I saw them.
Well, I don't
saw
know
that
about that
too.
other stuff. I've heard other rumors about what he's doing, illegal stuff. That's not what I'm talking about. That ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about some
I know what
personal
you're talking about. I know what you're
business.
talking about. That personal stuff. You know, our people do the crack.
I'm not talking about no drugs. So he for the streets.
That too.
That's
He did everything.
he's for the streets. That's all I can say. Well, let me bring on Brother Sean. Is back this week. He been like on a mission, in training. Are you there, Brother Sean?
Oh, that's the power.
How you doing?
Hey, brother.
Welcome back.
Thank
Welcome
you.
back.
Thank you. Y'all good?
Yeah, you good?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. Okay, good. You was in the desert so long. I'm like, well, damn, did the aliens kidnap him? I saw you
No.
every now and then in the streets.
I was a frog and a toad.
Okay, well, okay. You was
Just
handling
hopping
your
around.
business.
Cowboy.
Okay, good for you. Hopefully you got some sun and some rest.
I got in a lot of work. A lot of healing.
Oh, that's so good. Everybody saying welcome back. Don't let us corrupt you with the MF and then the SBN and
That don't bother me.
and with us meaning me.
You
That
didn't
ain't
put that
never
down,
bothered
did
me.
Huh? What you say, sis?
He never put that down, did he?
No, that's why I had to say it with us, I mean me. Because you know an argument bound to break out, and it be me. So it is what it is. So welcome back. Everybody missed you. So we're glad that you back. Okay,
Yep,
so
we are.
we're gonna get into go ahead on with the fuckery. So Let's let Brother Sean start first since he been gone. I'm not sure if you have a list, but you've been on a peaceful journey. So if you don't have any, we enter and overstand.
Well, haven't been out there where I was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a gripe with the quote unquote Native American.
Come on now, explain. I thought you was near a reservation or on a reservation.
All around them.
Okay.
They can have that. They can have that shit. That ain't what we grew up with. We grew up with farms, trees, food, everything.
I can't do it.
I'm not about to argue with them about that shit out there. They can have that. I got a problem when they decide that they want to come to Georgia or Alabama and get to claiming farmland.
Oh, yeah, we're going to scrap over that.
Yeah, but as far as all that shit out there in the reservations with rattlesnakes, coyotes, tarantulas, and all that shit, they could keep that.
Yep, I agree.
That ain't my history.
That's why a lot of our folks most of our folks didn't go.
Right. Don't nothing about that shit resonate with me at all. It ain't me. It ain't my people. That just ain't the shit that we do.
Right.
No matter what country you go to, you got people in the inner cities, you got people out in the bush, this, that, or the other. And they all ain't the same damn people.
Right.
It's different bloodlines.
Mm-hmm.
We have always been advanced. We've always had technology. And we've also always had a relationship with mama. We have to get back to what's truly us and quit mixing all this shit because other motherfuckers was melanated.
Come on,
they was doing different shit than what we were doing. They want to claim everything that's ours. They don't even give a fuck about the shit that they used to do because they so busy trying to be us.
What?
Yeah. That's what it's all about. Who actually has the relationship with mama? Who's actually able to help her heal? Who are the true guardians?
Mm-hmm.
That explains everything right there.
Right.
We just have to be who we are. It ain't about arguing with them about shit out there that they can't do nothing about.
Right.
We were everything growing up. We got it good, whether we choose to look at it that way or not. Out there on the reservations where no rain for months.
Do it. Yep.
That shit is
sound like California to me.
California got better land though than them reservations. To me, they purposely gave them shitty land.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why most of our people was like held to the no. And I'm glad most of my ancestors didn't go. Some of them did, I found on them records, and they went out west too, a few of them. And then some stayed right in the south on the reservation. Now that I can understand better than going out west with tumbleweeds and stuff. No, I ain't got it to do.
But they love it out there. Let them have it. That ain't us. That ain't got shit to do with us. I mean,
agree.
If you do have people out there, or you're from there, I ain't knocking it.
Right.
But let your arguments be out there, though.
Right.
We don't need that bullshit mixed up with all this shit we already got going on. And I'm just glad to see that everybody's finally coming around to genealogy. We've been saying that for how long?
A lot of people are. Yeah.
I'm just saying, sis, we've been talking about
Yeah.
genealogy in your
I'm
blood
looking,
for
sipping my
how long?
water, looking to the side. It wasn't that I was ignoring you. I'm giving you the, yeah, that part. Look.
I mean,
A long time.
to come to find out that your lineage even matters when it comes to that paperwork. So all that paperwork that people been pushing, and it all come down to what? Your blood.
Yep. And it's
Who
always
your
going to come
people
down to that. Who your people them. Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know what they gonna do with all that fraudulent paper.
Child, that's on them.
I'm not sure what people gonna do once they find out who they really are and really aren't.
Right.
And it's no shame in that.
No.
Just know that you got some shit you got to come clean on.
Exactly.
You can't be claiming shit. And if you're really all about that life and about ascending, then you got a lot of fucking atoning to do.
Come on.
You got bloodline curses to break.
That's right.
You can't sit up and be claiming shit that motherfuckers didn't own to begin with.
That's right.
All that shit is over with.
Yep.
All this weak shit is over with.
Yep.
Ain't no more excuses. It's either you chose right or you'll be back. It's that simple.
Yep.
Everybody has had ample enough warning. You've had plenty of time
get your shit
to put it in that shadow work.
Mm-hmm.
And you scared.
Yep.
You're scared of your damn self. And the boogeyman you keep pointing to ain't even a real boogeyman.
Right.
He just a lost little child, a recent creation that has no power or no authority over anything or anyone.
Yep.
I mean, if you gonna blame somebody other than yourself, it's these other melanated beings that y'all look up to.
That's all I'm trying to say. Right.
These certain bloodlines that you give everything to, all your energy, everything, every little distraction they put out there for you. You accept it.
Yep. Agree.
You cry for everybody and everything but yourself.
Mm.
It's okay to cry for yourself,
That's
but
right.
then let that shit go. Get over it. Put in some work. Fuck the complaining. Fuck the crime. Fuck the protesting. Do what you are here to do.
That's right.
I digress.
All right, Brother Sean. We miss you. We really do. And I mean, everything you said is right on point. Nisi Poo said, she's talking about, because you know she out in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
And she said she's, as we was talking about it, a damn tumbleweed rolled past rolled past her. So yeah, child, I can't even do that. You know, cause me and snakes, and they although the South got some serious snakes too, but I just can't do that desert. Texas and California are the furthest I can go because they still have greenery. But I cannot, child. I would be ashy all the fucking time. I know I would be ashy on a regular motherfucking basis. I would be ashy. Yes, sir.
But it's so hot, dry heat. You don't even sweat. You just be hot.
And see, I can't do it.
Yeah, that's all.
I can't do it. My motherfucking locks are set on fire. I'm trying to shea butter my shit down. Ashy. No, hell no. I can't do it. I can't do it. So, and you could tell. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
We're from Northeast Texas, right at the Oklahoma border between the two. It's nice up there. It's trees.
But you know, I heard, because my folks that went west, it was Washington. I got to go back and check. I know one was Washington. I want to say one was Oklahoma. Don't quote me on that. I got to go back and pull the records. I didn't forget just that quick because I think it was 2 different places out west. But you can tell certain places, now that we know what we know, that's been damaged by these wars, if we want to call them ancient wars or whatever the case may be, because they're deserty areas. And, you know, Vegas is one of them, Arizona. And I just, you know, and I never knew that Texas had them until I worked out that way. And it so happened, because I would commute from Atlanta to there, I had a project out that way, and it was West Texas. Child, like I said.
Desert.
Yeah, I didn't know that, sis. And I had to fly in that rinky-dink ass airport on that puddle jumper plane where your stomach jump out your throat. Cause you gotta, like, the motherfucker plane like this going over the Gulf of Mexico, going in, landing. Then we get to the hotel, cause I had to rent a car, get to the hotel, my nerves shot. Gets out the car, parks the car, gets out the car, getting ready to go to my room, and I just see these 3 tumbleweeds roll right behind each other. I said, hell to the no. And now that I know what I know, back then, I didn't, know the information about the mud floods and all of that. But most of those buildings in those little towns out West Texas were all like old world buildings. All of them.
Not all of Texas is on the military map as being Indian territory.
Oh, of course. For sure.
They added to Texas. The northeast part of Texas is Indian territory. Northeast, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and those places, that's on the map as Indian territory. But the West Texas, no, it's not. I was looking at it too, and I said,
And it just may be that the ancestors, because that area was so damaged from ancient wars, won't shit grow there.
Yeah.
So the ancestors, we move where there's fertile land, and we ain't trying to be fucking around. If it ain't finna work, it ain't finna work. So we're not gonna inhabit those areas. So I can see the ancestors not really fucking with that part.
El Paso and all those places? Oh, no.
Yeah, because one of my coworkers, he was right there on the border. I could not think of the particular town he was in. Because one of my towns, I was close to the border, but he was right there on the border, and that's when they was kidnapping motherfuckers, and he was like, oh, Rhonda, you want to come and help me? Hell no. No, I'm staying right over here. At least I'm by the water. I can jump in this motherfucker, but no, I'm not coming over there to help you. Hell no. But yeah, that just tripped me out because I had never been to that part of West Texas where it was just desert. And they were big meat eaters, but they were cool as hell, though. Real cool people. To this day, I could go back to that small town and be welcome. And this was like the police force, the judges and all that. Because they still Southern people at the end of the day. Just real cool. But I can't do it, y'all. I cannot do it. I had to stay lotioned up. I'm like,
You know, some of our people is in Arizona. Yuma, Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
I had relatives there. And then they had the Hopi Indians? Not the Hopi. In California, I guess they had them on reservations up there. Yeah, I mean over here in California, because we used to visit the reservations and stuff. What was it?
Not you trying Hopi. To think of the Indian. RTD says, to me, Arizona looked like a nuclear bomb was dropped. I agree. I agree. Doesn't part of Oklahoma look like that too, y'all?
Yeah, Oklahoma is flatland. Oh, nothing there. Yeah.
Yeah, I recently saw a old world house in Oklahoma, and it was like really cheap. And so people was like, why is this so cheap? I mean, just the original wood and all of that. And somebody said, oh, you know, that little town, it's nothing but meth infested. And they were saying that in Oklahoma, it's gotten really bad as far as the drugs.
Well, you know, I'm sure they probably targeted those areas with drugs. Because, you know, they have that gene. Indians have that gene that if they drink alcohol, they become alcoholic.
It's not that the Indians, we talking beyond those reservations.
Yeah,
they're saying like them little Oklahoma towns, they're like meth out. And now what's that new drug, y'all?
Fentanyl?
Yeah, I was gonna say the horse tranquilizer situation. Yeah, now that's on the scene. So it's really decimating these small towns. And I just heard Oklahoma is one of them. I have a couple co-workers that live there. And they were like, oh, you would like it. And I'm like side-eye. And I'm like, I go to Texas before I go to Oklahoma.
All of them illegals.
Huh?
All of them illegal immigrants.
What, in Oklahoma?
They probably, yeah, in all the places.
Yeah.
On the reservations, too.
Oh, wow.
You hear more Mexican-speaking motherfuckers than you do any goddamn thing. And they all look alike, like Asian.
Well, yeah, they but child, you can't say that because folks want to come swinging. But I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense, though.
Yeah, but you know the drugs didn't get there by themselves.
Well,
no, they brought them with them.
It's the leadership. It's the leadership of this captivity that brings drugs into areas.
Yeah, we certainly know that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do a drop on that early next week if I don't do it over the weekend. But yeah, so there was a shooting recently in Tulsa. Yeah, I can't do Oklahoma. I'll go to Texas before I go to Oklahoma. I can't do it.
My brother lives in Oklahoma. And I think I went once. and that I went down to that it was a Merle building downtown where they bombed it. Yeah, I went there. There's not much to see in Oklahoma.
Yeah, it didn't appear. I mean, some people that live there, they really love it, but I'm good. I mean, the West, that's not my particular area. I mean, we're southeast. So, but if I had to choose West, I would choose Texas. I would even pick Texas over California, because California, just throw the whole state away. Say the plants. Say the plants. Throw the whole state. Throw the whole state away.
Yeah, I know. My parents brought us here from Texas.
Oh, you know, that's right. I keep forgetting y'all really Texas.
Yeah, I'm Texas. My parents brought us here from Texas.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm not indigenous to California.
Okay. I keep forgetting that, and you say that all the time. No, we're from Texas. We're from Texas. You keep saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Texas compared to here now, because it's like really like a drought here, you know.
I can't do. They didn't mess California up so bad. I can't even do it. Mm-mm.
No, I don't really care for California. I used to when I was a little girl. It was
it used to be beautiful, but it's I can't do it. The people crazy. People always kind of been phony to me in California. To me, they've always been phony and superficial. And every time I visit, oh, you're so
nice. They think California is all that.
And it's not. People that live there, they know that they're phony. Oh, you're just so nice and have so much personality. Everybody's so fake here. I'm like, I don't know how y'all do it. Everything's for show. I just can't do it. I'm sorry, what you say?
You can't even get people to speak to you. You know how in Texas everybody know everybody say, hey, how your mama doing? Not in California. Be lucky if they speak to you.
Yeah, like I said, I can't do Cali. It's all about, you know, it's just too superficial for me. And you know, everybody's putting on airs. I just don't like fake and phoniness. And which Atlanta has turned into. Atlanta didn't used to be like that. But now Atlanta has gotten like that. And it just disgusts me. I'm like, I'm out of this bitch. Y'all done just corrupted it. Now I gotta find a new place in the South. Y'all have totally fucking disgusted me. But yeah, I don't like that fake and phony and keeping up with the Joneses. Who gives a damn? But yeah, but I can't do California at all. Can't do it. Okay.
Well, I've done it a long time.
Yeah, you've been there a while. Yeah.
I hope to get out of it hopefully soon.
Yeah, but a lot of the Californians, people getting pissed because the Californians coming and fucking up the other states. Texas complaining about the California people. I'm not sure if Arizona complaining yet. I know in Atlanta, I remember when they started coming from California to Atlanta, and we were like, don't come over here with that bullshit. I'm telling you now, don't come with that bullshit.
You know they wouldn't rent my son a place in Georgia?
You know why?
California tags.
You know why? Because now you know who really fucked up Georgia? You goddamn New Yorkers.
Oh.
You motherfuckers fucked up Georgia. Because I remember when I came there and they were like, where you from? I'm like, originally, or where did I grow up? Where'd you grow up? So I told them. And they were like, oh yeah, y'all okay. And I'm like, well, why you ask? Them goddamn New Yorkers coming down here with that goddamn scamming, And that's when Atlanta started, like, all of the checks with the apartments. And so it was the New Yorkers, then the Nigerians came with that motherfucking scamming and the credit cards.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But the New Yorkers, y'all started that bullshit. Y'all came to Atlanta with that fuckery and really messed it up. I literally saw it. And then the California people came buying up shit and start driving up the prices. But it started with the New Yorkers. Because the New York came with that slick shit. Now New Orleans,
I went to New York and it was, I didn't like it. Ooh, that wasn't a place I would like to be.
I like New York to be in and out, but to live. Now my places, she loves it. I live there. I'm like, girl, you have at it, because I'm not the one. I like it to be in there and out there, and in and out. To visit and I'm out, but to live, hell no. I don't like it that much. I'm too Southern for it. But when New Orleans folks came to Atlanta, but they only came when Katrina hit. Remember when they were relocating everybody?
Yep.
And now New Orleans people are cool. I love New Orleans people. Every time I go to New Orleans, I get open arms. I can kick it, this, that, and the third. But when they came to Atlanta being relocated, now this the streets. Okay, this is what the streets was saying. They ran their ass up out of Atlanta because they was coming up there trying to take over.
Mm-hmm.
And they was like, oh, no, you weren't. I'm like, what? It's like, and sure enough, you would see on the news at night, just bodies dropping. And I didn't know at the time. And then I found out later, it was like the Atlanta street people running the New Orleans street people up out of there. I'm like, whoa, it was that serious? They were like, yeah. Now, some people stayed. A lot of people stayed and blended in, cool as hell, bought their little homes when they got their little settlement. And they're fine. But y'all know how that works. Street life is very territorial. And they thought they was coming, running things. And Atlanta street life was like, that would be a no. I'm like,
yeah.
All right, then. But yeah, that's the state of Atlanta. It's unfortunate because it really was a place for a lot of opportunity. And I hope it gets back to that, but it's not even close to what it used to be. It's not close to what it used to be at all. It's not. Right now, it's a lot of scamming going on. A lot of people fronting, pretending to have, and they don't have. So just be careful. And if you're trying to move there, do your due diligence. Okay? Do your due diligence to make sure you can make a living there. Make sure where you're going to move. Because it's not like it used to be. Okay? It is the entertainment hub. Now it's the entertainment hub. And especially if you're Black/melanated, it's the entertainment hub. But other than that, it's not like it used to be. It's really not. Okay. What you say, Tebow? When I was talking about, let me put on here. When you were talking about the waters that were backfilled, when they terraformed Earth, I remembered something.
Allie. California was backfilled with water too.
You could tell. You could look at it and tell. You could look at it.
They said it's gonna fall. They said it's gonna fall back into the ocean. I said probably all the landfill's gonna drop away. Because when I dug my pond, there was sand. After I got through the topsoil, there was sand and shells. And I said,
It was an island.
Yeah, it was an
Yeah.
island. And they said that it was backfilled
Yeah, it
to
was.
make it not be an
They have-
island.
They
To
have
connect.
pictures of it. They have pictures of it. I saw something not too long ago, and there was no land but islands, little islands, just like Brother Sean
That's
said.
why it had to
Land.
be a reset. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
It had to be.
Mhm.
Tipo says, know how the waters of the Atlantic and the Caribbean Sea won't mix. It's because our water has a different density than theirs. Bingo, Tebow. Absolutely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You're right. Yep. Cause that California water, that water colder than a motherfucker. Boy, I'm cold thinking about it. That's some cold ass water. Absolutely. Yep. And the Caribbeans, you be laid all out, chilling. That California water, I remember I first went to Cali and I was on the beach. That's why I like Venice Beach so much, because that was the first beach I went to when I went to California, and that was back when it was fun. I guess they made it fun again, where you could go and spend all
I
day.
used to live in Venice.
Yeah, I remember you
lived in
said.
Venice.
Yeah, I remember you said you
Yeah.
used to live there. So
And they
I
had the
finally
restaurants and
decided to get in the water, cold as fuck. So you know
Yeah,
how
it
you
was
gotta
cold.
stand there, because it ain't like the Caribbeans. You just jump in the water and you be like, this feel good. You gotta like stand there and get used to it. So I'm standing there and I'm standing there talking, and I'm like, yeah, and a blah blah, and it's big ass wave. Okay.
Yeah.
Got all in my mouth. I'm like, it's goddamn water. Yeah, California and that water. No, I'm good. I'm good. But yeah, you brought up a very good point. It's the density. It's absolutely the density. Yeah, it is way too cold. You can't enjoy yourself. Or you can just sit and just watch the waves.
I understand.
Yeah, but it's cold as
Sun
fuck.
Sun goes down, you cold. Yeah.
Yeah.
People be wanting to live on the beach, and I'm going, why?
Yeah.
I used to live there.
Yeah. Or who knows? It probably wasn't that cold. If it was even that much water there, because of all the shit they cut down.
Oh, yeah, trees and stuff.
So we don't know how much of that water was backfilled. So yeah, I don't trust their ass. So yeah, California used to totally be an island, and it was backfilled, and I forgot where I saw it at. That's why I'm looking like that. I can't remember where I saw it
I
at.
saw the map too.
Yeah, I saw the
too,
map.
not too long ago.
But somebody was saying that they specifically talked about who backfilled California, and they said it was the Moors, but they gave the specific group name, and I cannot remember.
So that means they had heavy equipment, huh? Or they had a lot of slaves.
Well, if you
Which
think
one is
about it, let's think about this. Because we know the Spaniards, they were very good at building forts. They knew their shit. So
admission.
it wouldn't surprise me if the Spaniards backfilled that shit, because it said that it was some black people with money
Oh, you know what?
that came into Cali and started building all of them castles and stuff. So I'm
You know what?
assuming, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. And they were saying after
They-
Spain, because
When the-
Spain came first.
Yeah, but they brought in Filipinos.
But the Filipinos didn't do that.
They
No,
brought in Filipinos, those workers.
they didn't have the skills to do that.
No, I mean the Spaniards, used them as a labor. That's what I'm saying. They didn't have the skills to do it.
But the Filipinos weren't the
Spaniards
Filipinos back then, so you're mixing timelines.
Well, I was listening to a documentary of the Iliad and the Odyssey, is it?
Mhm.
And they were talking about Portugal and who was who the
Okay, I'm
Pope
with you
gave
on
the
that.
ownership.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Who the Pope gave the ownership of Portugal, and the Spanish was taking Filipinos around to do the work in different places, and the Chinese.
But the
So,
Filipinos, that's still not accurate,
Asian.
because the Filipinos
Well,
weren't the
that's-
Filipinos back then.
No, they call them Asians. I think they called. I forget what they were calling them.
Yeah,
But
that's all I'm
why-
saying, because I don't want people,
Yeah.
Filipinos, like,
No,
God
it's-
damn it, I know the Filipinos wasn't the Filipinos back then. That's all I'm
No,
pointing
they
out.
were called. No, yeah. I forget what they call them, but they talked about the. Who was I listening to? I listened to a documentary about it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, it was Carrie Mayo or what.
Now,
It could be
I
Mayo.
know for a fact Mayo wasn't gonna say that. I already know he wasn't gonna say that.
No.
He's gonna give you
No,
specific.
no. Who was that?
Yeah, I ain't.
I listened
I ain't
to
finna put that on Cara
so much
Mayo.
stuff. No, but
That's
they
okay.
were-
I'm just clearing up that brother's name. I know damn well he ain't say that. But
No, I'm trying to remember who was doing the documentary on the Spaniards and how the Pope granted half the continent he divided the whole earth between two owners. Two Spanish people.
Brother Odel showed that it was called
Was it
demarcation.
on there?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's how they said that the Filipinos.
It's not
with
to
us.
stop saying the Filipinos. That's a
Okay,
different group
okay,
of
I
people. Because it confuses people.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So
Uh,
So
I
again,
can use the word
Spain and
Filipino.
them were hella builders. We know that they built those forts. So
Right.
all I'm saying is I can't remember the name of the specific group of people that they said built the island. Not built the island,
Oh, that-
but backfilled California from an island. But they said they were black folks. So
Uh-huh.
only black folks I could think of were the Spaniards or the Huguenots / French / shit, I'm running through all they motherfucking identities. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
but
say
that's so
Huguenots
many.
and French. Goddamn it, shit, I don't feel like running all they identities down.
Yeah,
So it was only one of the two because the original castles, that's why in California, although most of them were burnt down, quote, quote, burnt down, supposedly and allegedly by a fire, I say reset, but what the hell ever. You look at them older pictures, those particular old mansions and old buildings had a Spanish vibe to them. And even still to this day in Cali, you see a lot of
They love
stuff
it.
with that Spain vibe, which I actually kind of like
Spanish homes.
those particular
like
buildings
'em.
and houses.
They like those homes.
I do. I like them
people
too.
really
Actually,
like 'em.
there's still some California regular homes I don't think they go back that far, but they're built
No.
in that Spanish vibe, and that's actually my favorite homes in California. But then there was also a group of black folks, and I'm gonna say they came with a bunch of money, and they came to California and built mansions, and they built those mansions in the Victorian style. So that's who I'm saying were those Huguenot folks. And a lot of those California cities were named after those people. So if you pay attention to those California cities and all of that jazz, you're going to either see Spanish names, and if you start doing research on the other names, they're probably going to tie back to, I don't know so much about the French, but probably Scotland, England, and all of that. Okay, but now that we know what we know, we should understand how those black folks showed up on the scene with all of that change. So I'm saying all that to say, shit, I know we done went up the block around the corner and stuff. Supposedly and allegedly, California used to be an island, and it was backfilled. And my point is, whoever backfilled it to not be an island had to be very well versed in infrastructure.
Engineering.
Exactly. Engineering and infrastructure. And when I think of that, you think of people that they label the Moors, which can span across the Spanish Empire. So that's where I was going with that. Okay.
Yeah,
and the French. So, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, the Spaniards landed in San Pedro with their army and took over Cali. So, because we were here first, and they came in with their navy. So, anyway, we got a lot of stuff going on that's distractions for us, and people are watching all these distractions instead of keeping their eyes open as to what these people are trying to do. So I was just thinking about all the distractions, like Brother Sean says, all these shootings and stuff. You got 4, and then the ones in Texas, at that place, they said the police stood down on that one. It was such a orchestrated situation. They didn't even want to go. They didn't even go in. And then that Parkland, back when I guess Obama was president at that time, I think it was, when they did that Parkland, the teacher said that a teacher who was there and locked the door said there was people in armored clothing with guns that came and was shooting up them people, the students and stuff.
Allegedly and supposedly. Allegedly.
No, I mean, it was in the news, but allegedly, that's what she said. But that's what she said. And that one police officer, they kind of bringing him up in the news, that stood outside and didn't go in. He's in the news now. But, when people don't send in the police officers to stop shootings, you have to wonder what's the reasoning behind that. And then you got this herd and death mess that they were married, and then they gonna make this a public spectacle for them getting defamation heard.
Who is that child? Who? Who is that?
I don't know. The movie stars. I don't know who she. All I know is her name is Heard and Johnny Depp.
Oh, child, no fucks are given on my part about that shit. I don't care.
I didn't either, but they're trying to make it such a big deal. And I'm saying that the generation, what is this generation now? Z, X, whatever it is. They just all into it.
Don't be blaming it. I'm an X. No fucks are given on my part. Shit. Millennials, y'all give a damn about this Depp and his old lady.
I know it. I'm just, what,
I don't give
why you guys
no
put this
fucks
on
about
there?
that.
Yeah, that's true. I don't either, and I'm just like, what are they doing this for? They have
Just
to be
at
doing
this
it for a
point,
reason.
they're trying to push stuff on folks, and I just don't think people are interested anymore. Nobody
No, I
that
don't
I
think
know
people
of,
are
I
interested
haven't
anymore.
heard people talking about it. Now, I see it being played on the news every hour on the hour, but just because they playing it on the news every hour on the hour don't mean that people give a damn about it.
Yeah, I know. I think they lost the attention of the audience for these shootings too, and you know, because people, if you do
Because it's
stuff
every
too
other,
much,
it's
people,
literally every other week at this point.
you know, too much overkill. You know, it's overkill, and everybody. I'm saying this: if they take the guns, they taking it from the white people, the Europeans.
Let me
And if
tell
they
you
take it from
something. Like I was telling my sister Divinity and I, we had this conversation last year, and I just brought it up last week. The hills and the hood. I said the two H's. The hills and the hood. They're not going to give up arms. I'm going to say that again. The hills and the hood. They ain't finna give up no arms.
I agree.
And the United States is probably the only, what they want to call civilized nation where their quote quote citizens are still armed.
Right, exactly.
Because they've unarmed the rest of the world. That's why if y'all ever check out like movies, I'll use the UK for example. They're thugs, unless they're high level thugs. Nah, I think Russia and them still got their heat. You know, Russia and them don't play. But the UK, like the lower level street life people, they out there fighting with machetes. I be cracking every time I see that. I be rolling. They be out there with machetes and stuff. That's because they've taken their arms away. The hills in the hood, it'll never happen. It ain't gonna happen.
They're not going to.
Just because the liberal left, is it the liberal left? With the liberal people?
Yeah.
Shit, I forget.
The left. It's the left.
Don't nobody give a damn what they talking about. It's not going to happen.
It ain't gonna happen in the suburbs either. Then the NRA members.
Exactly. Exactly. So people can sit up and call yourself talking about white people like a dog if you want to. I'm with them on that. It's not going to happen.
They be crazy to do that. They be absolutely
no fucks are given about what the left want, or anyone for that matter. It's not going to happen on this soil. Because we remember that revolution. And we still pissed off. Every side sitting up here like dirty motherfuckers. We still pissed. It'll never happen. It ain't gonna happen.
I know.
So I don't care what psyops they try to run. It's not going to happen.
I agree.
That's just the way this country is. And for those that don't like it, you got plenty of other nations to go to. Because that ain't going to stop the violence. They going to be, you just see them out in that motherfucker with their machetes. I was hollering. Not at the violence. But the fact that they be in the movies like, with the machetes, I was screaming. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Damn, that's a lot of work to be swinging this machete. But no, it's not going to happen here. Nope. It'll never happen. They've been working really, really hard to try to get it done. No.
And they're just wasting human life to do that, because you would be retarded to give up your guns. I mean, it's common sense that if anybody was armed in that school, that kid wouldn't have just walked in there with his little lone gun. He would have been toast. But they leave people sitting ducks. Yeah, you're going to get killed. But, the southern folks, they ain't giving up theirs. The hills and hoods, they ain't going to give up theirs.
No, hills and hood, it's not going to happen. And I forgot about the NRA. No, it's just not going to happen.
I know it. And
it's not even the fact that they want people to give them up because they're scared of citizens being armed. That's not even the point, because as much military weapons that they have, the guns and stuff that are on the street is still no match for those particular weapons.
Yeah, but they evidence.
Roast you from 2 miles away.
Huh?
No, but they evidence. Who you think put them guns out there?
I agree. I agree with all of that. We already
Fast and Furious.
Exactly. We already know what time it is.
Mm-hmm.
But again, they run these particular psyops on you because it's all about consent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's about consent. I'm going to scare you. I'm going to bully you. I'm going to shame you. That's what a narcissist does. To try to get you to change your values or do something that's against your best interests. That's the tactics that they use. They want the public, the American public, to consent to it, and we like hell to the no. Now that ain't gonna happen.
No.
Now black people and white people, we'll fight over many things. But that part, we ain't fencing to fight. No, we ain't fighting over that. The answer is hell to the no. Going out my face with that bullshit. No.
I think it's crazy.
You turn your shit over, then maybe I turn mine. You turn yours over first. How about that? And we know you ain't finna turn all yours in, therefore we ain't finna turn all ours in.
Ain't nothing to talk about.
It really ain't. It ain't a goddamn thing to talk about. Exactly.
It's 3 people in this conversation, and it's 3 people in agreement. So if 3
perfect
people
example. It's just
perfect
not going to
example.
happen. It's just not going to happen. They can go on with the bull crap. It's not going to happen. Taharka says 5 years for possession of a knife in Britain. 5 years?
You mean you can't even carve your turkey? That's funny.
I told y'all, I remember in the UK when you be watching them thug movies, they be out there with the machetes. I'm like, hell, you would have been taken out in the hoods and the hills. Ain't nobody got time to be swinging no damn blade. No blade with you. Shit.
Get that close to you.
Right. Exactly, sis. I got to get up all on you and aim properly and swing. No, bruh. You finna get this lead and we just finna let that be that. Now, I'm not advocating for the violence, of course. No, that's not what this is about. But no, you're not finna tell me I can't carry, but you can. No, that's not how we gonna do this. No. Not gonna happen. Shoot.
No, but so we 3 agree, and who's the dissenting vote? Nobody. So they need to think about the man on the street. I understand if
they don't care. They just want to bully us. They want to bully and shame us into consenting. And I'm telling you, that one is not going to happen.
I agree.
They've been trying that one
like
for a long time. No. No. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, that's the only thing is I just was looking at all these different things they putting out here, just trying to overwhelm your senses. And there's people who are weak enough to go, oh, help me. They're not trying to help you.
And I'm so sick of the liberals. I just be wanting to smack the shit out of them. I really do. Because they're phony. And I don't even rock with either political party, but the liberals have gotten so phony and so out of control. It's nauseating at this point. Because they're full of shit.
Brother Odel talk about how their political platform is where they promise you cutting taxes on gas or something, and you vote for them, and then you get in trouble with them. So, and I'm in California, and this is still a Democrat. They didn't vote Democratic.
They ran it in the fucking ground. But keep going.
They said it was Democratic vote, but the thing is, their platforms is give us water. You know, they ain't gonna give us no water. Gun control. You know, we ain't gonna give up the gun. So what is your platform? The same old stuff. It's just the same old stuff. They gonna call me on the telephone. I ain't gonna tell you. They gonna call me on the telephone. If he cut your gas taxes, would you vote for him? No. I wouldn't vote for him if he was in there paying the bills. But that's what Brother Odell says. They promise you to cut your school taxes, cut your gas taxes, cut your property taxes, and they're lying because they don't even have the authority to do that. Or they'll do it for half a minute and then give it back to you higher than they had before. So no. Yeah, they keep, and my phone was blowing up until I stopped answering the phone. I won't answer it anymore.
Yeah.
So then I start my cell phone. So, you know, this liberal lefters, they're getting on my nerves.
Yeah, that's why these different states don't even want their ass moving in. I know Texas people pissed. Georgia people, we was like, look, don't come here with that bullshit. Don't nobody want to hear that. Go on and sit down, California, before you get your ass whooped. Yeah, that was white people and black people, y'all. He's like, go on with that bullshit. We don't want to hear that.
They're going to promise you. They're going to promise you everything and give you nothing.
Well, just the fact that they want to push that agenda on everybody else, and folks just don't be feeling like that bullshit. That's all we saying.
No. I don't like it.
Because it's bullshit.
Well, you know, they already know who they want in office. I don't even know why they ask folks.
Shit.
You know, it's just a waste of time. I've been watching this stuff for a long time, and I know they already know who they want and who they going to put there.
Yeah, and what really be, I just be so disgusted when you have melanated black people sitting up here swinging for a liberal agenda.
I know it.
I'm like, you're so fucking stupid. They don't even like your ass.
I said, that's their job is to keep you down. It's their job to keep you down. That's
like, you're so fucking stupid. They don't even like your ass. And then you sit up there, you vote them in office. Remember they talked all that shit about Biden to the black folks that said, I'm not feeling him. I don't want to be fucking bothered. They sat up there and talked all that shit about the black people that said, you know what, I'm just not going to vote. And I literally...
if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Remember that?
And I brought it to their attention. I'm like, y'all gonna let that motherfucker rock with that? You comfortable with him saying that?
And he didn't even like you in the first place for all his format of 47 years as a senator? Come on now. Wake up.
And then
He's trying to shame him.
they went for it. And so I told people, I said, I'm going to tell you what. Why don't you track his promises against what he actually does? Now the motherfuckers crickets. Where were all you motherfuckers that was talking all that shit? It's crickets.
Girl,
We don't see that shit on your timeline. We don't see y'all having Mela dancing in her motherfucking Converses. We don't see y'all talking about the sorrow that she in, how down and how black she is. You motherfuckers is crickets up in that bitch. Because they ain't done a damn thing they said they was going to do. Like we told y'all.
Yeah, we did tell him. But
That's why I don't feel sorry for none of y'all asses. I don't feel sorry for you. Don't come in my face asking me to sign no petition. March for nothing. You can kiss my yellow ass. It ain't going to happen. Because y'all full of shit.
Do you know we almost broke up family because these people wanted that man? I said,
I wasn't going to break up a motherfucking thing. Because my family already know, don't bring me that bullshit. Don't even bring it to me. Because when I feel finished running your motherfucking peeps down, pulling out them receipts, they stop fucking with me. Because once I hit them with the receipts, they want to stay in their cognitive dissonance comfortably, so they know not dare come fuck with me on it. So out of respect, I don't fuck with them.
Well,
but everybody else don't bring that shit to me, because talking to me about politics is like talking to me about religion. You might as well be a Jehovah's Witness at my motherfucking front door. I done just got up, got my motherfucking cup of coffee with my legs crossed, and you gonna ring my doorbell with some bullshit. And I have asked you nicely, time and time again, not to come to my residence. Now I'm gonna hurt your feelings. That's how I feel about politics. So I don't feel sorry for none of them. Absolutely none of them.
I know. And you know, and it's just sad. They still want to pretend like it'll get better.
That's on them. Like my grandma used to say, people in hell want ice water. What the fuck you want from me? Right. That one always killed me. Can you imagine? You in hell and you see the devil sitting back with a big ass cup like this with some ice, sipping and chilling.
Yeah, I know it. They used to do that, didn't they? But I don't know what's wrong with our people. I mean, these people.
Yeah, because really at this point, I don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cognitive dissonance at its finest. And I just don't have the time for it. You can kiss my ass. Like I told y'all to kiss my ass with the BLM stuff. And I meant that shit. And we turned out to be right about that shit too.
Duh.
We was right about that shit too.
And it wasn't even our people leading it, but our people were so intent on the wording, they believed it.
Shit.
Said, oh my goodness.
I don't want to hear none of that stuff. Get the hell out of my face with it. Nope, I'm not marching for you. I'm not signing no petitions. None of that.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm done.
Okay, well, yeah, that
I
was
got like,
enough. All right, so with that said, all right, so that's to go ahead on with the fuckery portion of this program tonight. All right, so let's get on to the stuff that I got a lot of follow up I want to go over. Where's my notes? Okay, because a couple people sent me some things. So shout out to sis Rachel. She sent me something last week. I know, sis, I couldn't get to it because, child, you know, nephew was dropping them bombs. And then, you know, we had to get in our arguments.
It starts with a click.
Hold on, y'all. Let me turn this off. I just hate when you open something up and it just start out. God damn it. Let me make the decision on whether I wanted to play right away. That's annoying. Okay, so this is going to be a follow-up. Let me get this right quick. Sis Rachel sent me this last week. And I didn't have a chance to go over it. So, we talked about the robots are coming. The robots are coming. The robots are coming. They're here.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is Chili's restaurant using robot servers to make jobs easier for workers. This is off of Fox Business. Working in a restaurant is harder than ever before, said Wade Allen of Brinker International. So let me see if this commercial gonna play it, because, child, sometimes I don't be knowing. Let's see. Hurry up with this bullshit ass commercial.
Do you think social media killed Molly?
Come on.
Now on Fox Nation.
Yeah. Come on, Fox.
Meanwhile, talk about space and, how...
Hell no. See, that's what be pissing me off. Fox, get your shit together. So I got to read it. I was hoping it would go ahead on and play that, but I guess not. So, a robot may be greeting you at the door during your next visit to Chili's Grill and Bar. Addressing his company's partnership with Bear Robotics, Brinker International Senior Vice President of Innovation Wade Allen told Fox News Digital that the focus of Rita the Robot is to make jobs easier for workers and stressed that working in a restaurant is harder than ever before. 2 years ago, when we started this process, we had this vision of how do we make it just easier for people who want to work in a restaurant, Allen said. Yeah. Some of the biggest, most difficult tasks are carrying heavy dishes back and forth to the kitchen, walking back and forth 1,000 steps an hour or more. That's huge volume. Allen added that if a team member could take on fewer jobs and leave the more mundane tasks to Rita the Robot, it allows their staff to be more engaging with the guests while benefiting the restaurant altogether. All right, let's see. Okay, I guess this is Rita. I do like Rita's little pink color. That is cute. Are they going to play this? Let's see. Child, they gonna get their revenue on with these goddamn commercials. Hurry up, Fox. Shit. Da 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 da. I'm about to stop it. 987-654-321. If it's one more commercial, I'ma stop it, because that's it. Hurry up.
Well, on average, a waitstaff takes about 3 to 4 tables, 4 if you're really good. But with robotics, what we've been able to do is basically run the food back and forth. So our waitstaff has been able to spend a little bit more time with our guests, getting to 4 to 5 tables.
I see.
If you incorporate multi-robots, I mean, you're talking about 20 to 35% efficiency rate. But with 5 to 6 tables, I mean, you're talking about some huge numbers in terms of tips. But on the backhand side, they're also spending more time with the guests. So the guests love it because they see their server more. They're able to have better hospitality experience, manicuring that table. And that's the big win for the servers, is actually making more and working less.
Uh-huh. So I don't know about this spending more time with the customers and all of that. I just think that the restaurant business is going to look different altogether. We've talked about this, and I told y'all years ago that there are going to be huge, massive job losses, specifically in the service arena. And restaurants, that's the service area. Okay? So they can miss me with the staff can pay more attention to the customers. Because if Rosie, is that old girl's name? Or did they call her Rita? Because, I think about Rosie from the Jetsons. Her name is Rita. Rita, if Rita delivering the food, what you need waiters and waitresses for? You don't. And I'm telling you, they gonna have the robots back there cooking the food. They've already tested it. So the entire restaurant business is going to change. That's not just the restaurant business. You're also going to have these automated cars driving. So I done took and told y'all, if your job pertains to you driving, you better get prepared. So you better go on to school and learn how to work on those cars that are going to be automatically driving, folks. You better get something else to do. So you think about all the people that are like the Uber drivers, the Lyft drivers. All of those jobs finna be gone. The trucking industry. And I'm talking in regards to truck drivers. That's finna be gone. I'm telling you. And I heard about that shit years ago. That came from one of my trucker buddies. Put me up on game years ago. Because they own their own truck. Told me that shit years ago. And don't tell me they can't do it, because they are going to do it. They're doing it. Uber been testing it. Uber been testing trucking. Automatic trucking. They already have it. They're just going to start implementing it. Now, I can't speak for the trucking, but I can certainly speak for the automatic driving. They're even testing it, piloting it. So right there, that's a lot of job losses. And they're going to use the excuse with the trucking because of the pandemic, with the supply chain, how everything got backed up because they didn't have enough workers. I'm telling you the excuse they're going to use. So you're going to look at ports, which y'all remember ports? How ports used to hire, well, some of us remember. Used to be a really good job to work on the ports. But what started replacing those jobs? Technology. They started computerizing it. So over the next 5 years, they're going to complete that process And the last of that process will be the trucks. So the only people that's going to have jobs at those ports will be the ones that know how to monitor the computers, work on the computers, and a couple of people walking, I don't know what you call the port's floor that you walk. It's going to totally change that industry. Medical. They're tuning them robots up to do surgery. I'm telling y'all, get ready. A lot of jobs are going to be lost. They are not going to introduce universal basic income. And they have not been talking about universal basic income just for the fuck of it. I told you all that years ago. They were talking about it because they know that the economy is going to reset huge. Because you are going into a computer digitized / AI reset. The money will reflect that, meaning crypto, as well as the jobs. It will touch every single industry. So even if you are a mechanic today, tell me where the lie is. Don't you have to know how to work on the cars with them computers in it? Do y'all not understand that computers and cars are so fucking tied together that the 2022 car line across the board, it was held up because they were waiting on fucking computer chips? Everything is going to change. It will be robotics and AI. So get ready. Because as long as we're in this system, you better be preparing yourself. And a lot of people are still with a bunch of cognitive dissonance. Big time. And you're going to have a group of people that are going to be locked out of an economy. And it doesn't matter whether or not you fucking agree with what they're doing. It don't matter whether or not it's illegal and it's against nature. We all know that stuff is true. But this is the reality. I'm telling you what is going on now. And if you don't understand that, you're behind the curve. So you're going to look up and it's going to be just like the people that lost jobs, all those people that lost jobs when the manufacturing went overseas. But this time, double that problem, if not triple that problem. Because every industry will be touched. So Rita, she gonna be the new waitress. So there ain't gonna be no need to have these type of entry-level jobs. Which that's how most of us started out. You could always go get a restaurant job as a waiter, You could always go and wash dishes. You could always, if you halfway knew how to cook, go work the grill. All of that's going to be gone. Because they even going to have robots cooking the damn food.
Sex industry, too.
Child, yeah. Y'all remember, what's that damn movie? AI. That was the name of the movie. Remember the robots was tricking in AI? I said, child, I didn't think it all. The robots was tricking in AI, baby. So if you're tricking, you better get your shit together. You better get your shit together. Because the robot's going to make that change. You ain't finna make it. It'd be safer to trick with the robots. So get ready. Because this AI that they're making, this digital AI, I saw something where, and I can't even remember if I shared it on the air, where the AI that they're making it digital, they're literally making digital people that do not exist online, and you can't fucking tell the difference. You literally can't tell the difference. Music industry, don't fucking get comfortable. Because that's already AI.
Yeah.
I could go right now and pull a banging ass AI beat. Matter of fact, my motherfucking opening song, that's a motherfucking AI beat. That's exclusive to me using it. So that's on down to the music industry. They don't need you to make no motherfucking beats no more. They don't need you to, God damn it, that mumble ass rap, that shit need to go anti-way. They don't need your mumbling ass to make that. The music industry, I'm telling you, that's already done. And that's if not these people that they have put before you. I'm not too sure if all of they shit wasn't AI'd. And they just got them bitches lip singing it. But you know what, AI, I apologize. Because that bullshit they putting out now, you know what? Please accept my apologies, AI. I know goddamn well that ain't you on there being computer programmed. That ain't even you. You can put out better stuff than that. So y'all can fucking forget that too. On down to the soldiers. They done showed you in the movies that they were going to have robot soldiers. They showed you in RoboCop. And they put the first robot dog in the projects somewhere in New York. I'm not sure if blood is okay, if he's been stripped down for his parts. I don't know if the robot doggy has survived, but nonetheless, it's going to change everything, right? Okay, so that's the rest of this article. You know, of course, they claim an efficiency, this, that, and the third. But we already know what it is. I don't need no waiter when Rita and them can come bring me my food. Okay? So, shout out to sis for sending me that. All right, so let's get to the next one. So, that's even more reason They gonna have the robots cooking your food. I know that shit finna be even nastier than it is already. Cause you know how the food kind of changed.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, damn, shit just nasty now. And then you find out you have all the Mexicans back there cooking it. And you like, this is a motherfucking Chinese restaurant. What the fuck? Why is dude back there cooking this shit?
See.
And you be like, Ling Lee, what the fuck? This shit nasty as hell. So can you imagine robots cooking your stuff? Nah, I'm good on that. Huh?
Who programming them?
Right.
Ain't gonna have ain't gonna be no lorries up in there nowhere.
No. And now white people, y'all know y'all are cousins and shit, but goddamn it, y'all can't season no food. You know it, and I know it, white people. And I know you're not fencing to program them robots properly. We already know that, white people. We know y'all fuck up the potato salad. You fuck up the coleslaw. You can't fry no chicken. You can't fry no fish. So I'm not finna trust it, white people. Now, if you want to hire some black people to put in your recipes, okay, okay. But that's finna be a wrap, because you own shaky grounds with me with these restaurants. All right? So I'm telling y'all, get ready. Get ready. Now, the flip side of that, if everything is robotic, that means if you are an entrepreneur, that's your opportunity to do custom stuff if you're good at it and get your business on. All right. So thanks, sis, for that. Ciao. That's going to be interesting. And I think over in Japan, they've rolled out that robot stuff at quite a few places where the whole thing is totally robotic. But it was in a Japanese restaurant, where they making sushi and stuff.
Well, they eat stuff that's still moving, so I don't think they really care about seasoning.
Not all Japanese. I do eat the sushi. Not all of it. Certain parts, but it don't take a lot of skill to do that. No, it does take skill. It don't take a lot of seasoning. Let me clean that up. Because it does. You got to know how to pick the right fish and all of that type. But it don't take a lot of seasoning. So it's easy to robot that.
Yeah.
But frying some motherfucking chicken, some fish, some macaroni and cheese, and white people, now this not white people, white cousins. Y'all know you will fuck up some macaroni in a heartbeat. You would do it. You know you would do it. And always got a box of raisins sitting somewhere waiting to put it in some shit. So, no, we ain't trusting y'all with the cooking with the robots. No. No, we can't trust y'all. No, we can't even do it. All right. And it be definitely the liberal white people really can't cook. Y'all the worst fucking cooks. Okay, so the next thing I wanted to go over, we talked about this in passing, but let's bring it up. I know it's old by now, but in case you didn't know, because this one was floating around, and this one is what you say, Jeannie? Yep, but no raisins here. Okay, baby, I'm not saying all white people, but you know what I'm talking about now. Cause I had white folks that I consider my play cousins and them, and I had to get them together with that motherfucking chicken and stuff. Got a teaspoon of grease in a skillet. And I'm like, what the hell? You finna burn down the house. That's not enough, girl. Hell to that. God damn it, move. I'm finna rinse off this flour, clean this chicken properly, season it. God damn it, move. All right. Go on and make a casserole. Y'all can throw down on some casserole. But hell no on the chicken and fish and stuff. And the macaroni and cheese and the potato salad and the coleslaw and the greens and the cabbage. Just stick with the casserole. All right. So this one, News Punch. I forgot who sent me this. I apologize. Ex-cop taken out by Buffalo shooter had just invented water power engine. Now, like I said before, he wasn't the first. And I forgot where I pulled the article, but it was another gentleman that had did it before. And he got taken out under mysterious circumstances. All right. So you can go look it up. He was not the first to come up with water-powered engine. So the ex-cop supermarket security guard who was taken out by the Buffalo supermarket person, and I'm trying to get past censorship because I don't know when the algorithm's going to act up, on Saturday had recently spoke about a newly discovered energy source. Newly discovered energy source. Now, remember we talked about really the power of hydrogen last week, and shout out to Nephew Nuwa. And patented a system that enabled vehicles to run on water instead of gasoline. Aaron Salter Jr. was identified by his son as the beloved Tops Friendly Markets security guard and former 3-decade Buffalo cop who tried to stop the teenage suspect, according to the Daily Beast. But it's Salter Jr.'s work away from the world of law enforcement and security that is attracting interest in the wake of his tragic death. His latest passion was building environmentally sustainable vehicles, according to his LinkedIn profile. Salter Jr. demonstrated how his 2010 Ford F-50 ran using AWS hydrogen fuel system in a video posted on YouTube. So, we're going to do 4 experiments today for the patent examiners. He said, while clad in a Police Benevolent Association shirt. The system used water to run the truck after it was started with gasoline, he explained. What my system has done is taken advantage of the residue that's produced by electrolysis. So we're going to actually start this vehicle without electrolysis, he said. Okay, so let me see if we can play this, child. I don't know if this video is still up. So let's see. Okay, and rest in peace.
The ex-cop who was killed by the Buffalo shooter on Saturday had recently spoken about a newly discovered energy source and patented a system that enables vehicles to run on water instead of gasoline. Aaron Salter Jr. was identified by his son as the supermarket security guard and former 3-decade Buffalo cop who tried to stop the teenage suspect. But it's Salter Jr.'s work away from the world of law enforcement that is attracting interest in the wake of his tragic death. His latest passion was building environmentally sustainable vehicles. Watch this.
Okay. You'll have to see all of this. You got your here, just step back here. You got your hydrogen for your electrolysis. You got your batteries, your water. I want you to notice that you can get a shot of this showers. There's no water in the watch yourself. Okay. Tank is empty. All right, I'm gonna put this back on. We're gonna need water in a minute. This is a agitator. So we're gonna do 4 experiments today for the patent examiners. The first one, you do need electrolysis. But what my system has done is taken advantage of the residue that's produced by the electrolysis. So we're gonna actually start this vehicle without any electrolysis. The second one, we're going to fill the water tank with water. And again, we're gonna be able to start it without electrolysis and run this engine.
Salter Jr. is not the first person to suffer an untimely death after announcing the discovery of a free energy system. Stanley Meyer came up with a similar water-powered motor before suddenly dying while dining at a Denny's with 2 Belgian investors. Meyer started choking during the meal, ran outside and claimed he'd just been poisoned before he died. Watch this.
The top our news here at 6 o'clock, an age-old dream becoming a reality. A local inventor has discovered a way, hear this, to use water to run your car.
It's a major breakthrough that will no doubt make motorists happy. And as Ralph Robinson explains, the Pentagon is also showing lots of interest in this project.
Water has always been considered a precious commodity, but Stan Meyer's invention may make it even more valuable. He has developed what's called a water fuel cell. It has taken the place of his old gas tank. The water fuel cell breaks down water molecules into oxygen and hydrogen. The hydrogen is used to run his dune buggy.
I don't care if you use rainwater, well water, city water, ocean water. If you don't have any fresh water, go ahead and use snow. If you don't have any snow available to you, then use salt water because there's no adverse effect to the fuel cell.
Meyer started working on this project 4 years ago. He's not a scientist. He isn't even a chemist. In fact, he never graduated from college. Myers was determined, he says, to design something to protect this country from oil embargoes.
And we have calculated that if we take the dune buggy from Los Angeles to New York, we would roughly use 22 gallons of water.
The Pentagon flew a lieutenant colonel in last week to look at Meyer's invention. There's talk of possibly using it in the Star Wars defense program and to run army tanks. Myers is currently perfecting a water fuel cell for cars. It will cost about $1,500. He says it won't need any maintenance and you won't have to replace it. It'll be at least 2 years before the fuel system goes into mass production. The day it happens will be one the fuel industry hates, but it'll put a smile on the face of those who've had to say at one time or another, fill her up.
All right, y'all. So there you have it. That was from TPV YouTube channel, The People's Voice. This article, and rest in power to this brother. This is from News Punch. An ex-cop taken out by Buffalo shooter had just invented water power engine. Okay, so it also goes back to when I talk about these particular electric cars and how I talk about that that's not clean technology. That's not the best technology. That what we just saw there is a perfect example. An absolutely perfect example. So this particular brother, this would have been the second time that was brought before, because he was applying for a patent. And you heard him say that he had to demonstrate, run 2 tests for the patent people. So that's how deep in the process he was of getting this patented. This would be the second time that we know of that this particular technology has been brought forward to bring to the public. And now this is the second time that we know of that the inventors aren't around anymore. I don't know that for sure. Of course, I don't know for sure if that happened. But I find it very strange that one set of technology is being pushed. They're talking these lithium batteries. It's being pushed. And everybody's touting it as it's such a genius idea. When, once again, that's not the best technology. And second of all, it's not sustainable. And third, and most important of all, it's not environmental friendly. So take it for what it's worth. Okay? And I'm sorry, whoever gave me this article, I apologize. I can't remember who sent it to me. Let me check my notes because I try to keep it in there. I apologize. I didn't put it in my notes. I'm sorry, whoever gave me this article. I didn't put it in my notes. Okay. I'll wait before I go over that. All right. So, Brother Odel, when you come in the chat, let me know. But I'm going to go into my next topic. I told y'all I had a lot of stuff to go over. The next stuff I'm about to go over, this is going to be from Brother David. Shout out to Brother David. He was the one that sent me the information, the follow-up information on General Lee being melanated, aka black. And he brought in how the maid was the one that saved all of the artifacts, and the artifacts specifically that was George Washington's artifacts, and how she was black. So shout out to Brother David. He gave me some more follow-up information we're going to go over regarding Black Confederates. All right. Now, it's interesting that, not interesting. We know how this works when we start bringing out this information about Black Europeans, Black presidents in the U.S., those founding fathers being black. People come swinging. And it's funny because it's white and black that come swinging. Okay, there, you here. Good. Okay, Brother Odell. Brother Odell's in the house. Okay, so I'm going to have you come up in just a sec, Brother Odell, because the other stuff I'm going to go into will fit perfectly into how we're going to move. So people get to swinging in the comments, and nobody cares about that. Come with your receipts and your facts, because your emotions, that means nothing to us. And shout out to the people in the comments, because y'all be getting them all the way together with additional facts. And child, I be sitting back in the morning with my coffee sipping while y'all be getting them all the way together. And you be sparking other podcasts for me to do, because y'all put some extra receipts in there. So shout out to Brother David. Let's go over some more Black Confederate stuff. So let me see. Yes, let me go over this. And shout out to the smaller YouTube channels. You all, we're gonna get there, getting this information out. You all are really putting out some great stuff. So don't give up. Keep going. That's why I'm a big component of giving people their credit who puts out the work, because they deserve the credit. I care nothing about how many followers, how many likes you have. None of that stuff. It's about the body of the work that you are putting out. So to the smaller YouTube channels, I see you. When I run across your stuff, you doing your thing. Don't give up. Keep going. Okay? It's those of us that see you. We look at the information, not the personality. Okay? So this is an old video from a channel called Stan Armstrong. And this is a clip. It's called, the name of this video is Clip 2 from Black Confederates, The Forgotten Men in Gray. Okay, I thought I hit subscribe to you, so my bad. Okay, just making sure.
Bodyguards of our masters served through the war between the states, and we have been to all the reunions, and they have treated us just the same as any other soldier. I'm Marmaduke, Joe Shelby, bodyguard. Done everything they told me to do. So one day, General Marmaduke told me to go and get some chickens. I told him I didn't know what's going on. He started, got his gun, looked like them red chaps on there. I told him, yes, sir, I'll go right now. Well, you want to know how old I am? I'll be 81 years old the first day in August. Damn with me.
One of the most famous generals in the Confederate Army was Major General Nathan Bedford Forrest. He had 45 slaves whom he took from his plantation to serve with him during his command.
Probably one of the most elite units in the Confederate military was Nathan Bedford Forrest Cavalry, and specifically one of his units, his own escort company. These were essentially the Green Berets of the Confederate cavalry. They were handpicked, the best troops, and they were put into this escort company, and when the fighting really got down to the wire, Forrest would put in his escort company to basically carry the day. Of these hand-picked men, about 20% of them were black cavalrymen. That these were some of the bravest, some of the best shots, some of the just most fearsome men that the Confederate cavalry had, and these black and white troopers formed this elite group of Forrest escort.
Forrest was a major slave trader prior to the Civil War. His attitude towards black was one, at best, of paternalism. He viewed blacks as property. After the war, he viewed blacks as having a particular place in society.
And after Reconstruction was over, he actually worked through the Democratic Party to bring black voters in this area into the fold of the Democratic Party. So if anything, he was a man of his times in this area of the country.
My great-grandfather, as a Union soldier here on April 12, 1864, faced black Confederate soldiers under the direction of General Nathan Bedford Forrest. He was also wounded here, and I don't know whether he was wounded by a black Confederate soldier or a white Confederate soldier, but I know he was wounded and he was captured here, and from April 12, 1864 until October the 31st, 1865, that is when he returned back to his unit.
I think fundamentally, Forrest was a pragmatist. While slavery was a legal institution, he was willing to use the system and benefit from the system. When the war was over, he recognized slavery was through, that it was never coming back, and he went about trying to rebuild his fortune. Forrest addressed some of the black citizens of Memphis after the war and told them that the war was over and that he would advise them to do the same thing that he advised the men who fought with him, and that was to become good citizens and to vote. He said, "I will not tell you how to vote, but vote." He was a pragmatist. People don't realize that, and too infrequently give him that credit when it comes to issues particularly involving slavery.
They say he was good to his slaves for one reason. The old dollar sign. That way he'd get more for them, you see, and get more out of them on his plantations. Well, that's half truth, too. I mean, he was good to his slaves. But he was also good to them because he was a humanitarian.
On a large plantation such as Forrest ran, about the only records you get are things that deal with how much food was issued or what kind of work is expected. And the sorts of things that deal with person-to-person relationships are very hard to come by. The one thing that I can tell you from historically valid point is that at the beginning of the war, when Forrest raised his own regiment, he recruited 42 of his own slaves and said, "Drive wagons for me, drive ambulances for me. At the end of the war, if the Union wins, you'll be free. If the Confederacy wins, I will set you free." During the course of the war, one deserted, the other 41 were with Forrest at the end of the war. I suppose that tells you something about the force of his personality. It does not necessarily directly answer your question, but it certainly tells you that he was a man that was able to win the allegiance of people.
I said to 45 colored fellows on my plantation that they would go with me. If we got whipped, they would be free anyhow. And if we succeeded, they would act faithfully with me to the end of the war. I would set them free. 18 months before the war closed, I was satisfied that we were going to be defeated. And I gave those 45 of them their free papers for fear I might be called. General Nathan Bedford Forrest, 1865.
After the war, 20 of the 45 former slaves went home with Forrest, including his longtime valet, Jerry, whom the other body servants nicknamed the General, seeing that he was in charge of them all. Another body servant who served in Forrest's army was Wright Whitlow from Kentucky. Wright was by Forrest's side when he attacked Fort Pillow on April 12, 1864.
I witnessed the Battle of Fort Pillow, and at one time during the battle, I held the horse of General Forrest while he mounted a new one after the first one was shot out from under him. Wright Whitlow, bodyguard, General Forrest, Confederate Cavalry.
Okay, so that's from the YouTube channel Stan Armstrong, and the name of that is Clip 2 from Black Confederates, The Forgotten Men in Gray. So thanks, Brother David, for that. I do have one more I want to play. But interesting stuff. Brother Kendrick said, I think that's my third great-grandfather he is talking about. His record looks similar. So, yeah, if you're able to dig into that, Brother Kendrick, let us know for sure if that's your people. And I know you can find what his identity was, especially the military records. That's some of the best as well. John Bowen. Okay, John Bowen. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, but either way, let us know. We definitely want to know. But, you know, some other people in the comment section, somebody said, those were some beautifully, Sis Shebe said, beautifully dressed slaves. Child, I know. They were not awfully nice dressed. And then Sis Nonia said, this man sound like a lie. So, I mean, we already know what it is, fam. We know that the way they told us slavery happened did not happen that way. Was there slavery? Absolutely, there was. But there was also something called workers or indentured servants, which today they just want to lump all of that up as slavery. Okay? So meaning you had white indentured servants as well as black indentured servants, and you had black slave owners as well. Blacks over these plantations as well. Matter of fact, more blacks over the plantations than whites because blacks held the seat of power. Okay? So thank you, Brother David, for that. I just wanted to show the fam another example of the Confederates, specifically the Black Confederates. All right, so let me get to the next vid. Almost there. I told y'all I had a lot of follow-up items tonight. So the next one I had. Let's go. This is good. This is from Brother David too. So hold on a second. Y'all, this one really gonna trip y'all out. I gotta fast forward it because I think it was some music in here. And I don't be knowing when we gonna get dinged for some music. So y'all, this one tripped me out. And this one from Brother David as well. So hold on a second. Child. So I kind of fast forwarded. I think I want to go about right here. Okay, so let me bring this one back up. And then here's my display capture. Nope, picked the wrong one. Okay, so thanks, Brother David, for this. So this one is from a YouTube channel called Colonel Bradford Colonel Rose, SCV Camp 1638. And it's the title of the video is H.K. Edgerton at March 22nd, 2014, SCV Camp 1638 monthly meeting. All right. So, let me make sure y'all can see it. Yep, y'all can see it. All right, now let's hit it. This one gonna trip y'all out.
My sister loves you. Thank you so much from the bottom of her heart. Thank you. This past month for me, so-called Black History Month, I call it beat up on the white folks in the South month. I'm serious. That's what it is. You know, these people don't care anything about Black History Month. It was just something to give the poverty pimps to get them off their back. Because during the month of February, all you see is some slaves somewhere being beat or whipped. Our Governor Wallace with the dogs in Alabama. Never hear about the Christian white folks in the Southland of America who gave out the kind of love that Jesus Christ talked about to those African people. You never hear about the real emancipation that was taking place in the Southland of America in lieu of the economic institution, long before these folks talked about the so-called 13th Amendment, which was a scam in the first place by that bigot and scallywag. If anybody here loves Lincoln, that's what I'm talking about. You never hear about these kinds of things. And for me, Commander Beck, to put on the uniform of a Southern soldier this past month and start standing outside the schoolhouses in hopes that they would look out the door and say, my God, there's a black Confederate soldier standing out there. We need to talk to these babies about the part that these men and women played in the war between the states beside a man that he not only called master, but a man he called family and friend. Now, I heard a whole lot of rebel yelling, singing from about those mighty pretty girls as they made their way into these schoolhouses. And I'm going to tell you something, Commander Moore. I am really, really, really ashamed of some folks who call themselves Southern. They don't care anything about Black History Month. They don't care anything about the Black Confederate soldiers. They just assume not to even have to deal with it. But I have been cursed. I have been threatened. I have been talked about by my Yankee friends, mostly my Yankee friends, who want to know why is you standing out there with that flag? Didn't we win the war? I wanted to tell them the very same thing that the Honorable General Robert E. Lee told Ulysses S. Grant when he sat down at that table at April 9th at Appomattox Courthouse in 1865.
Now, you heard him say he want to say what General Robert E. Lee said. Mm-hmm. You mean Black General Robert E. Lee? But let the man continue.
He looked that boy in the eye and told him, you did not beat us. You did not win this war. But I'm tired of all the killing. You couldn't kill enough of these folks. They had men getting off of Paris Island and all over the place. And the mighty fine speech that Commander Gibbons gave, it was one of the finest speeches I've heard in a long time, at Lee Jackson. Because he talked about all the battles that the South won almost every battle they fought. With a virtual tie at Gettysburg. And the Yankees running around always talking about how they whipped the South. Commander Gibbons called it right when he said at one time there was several regiments of German soldiers. Not a man in the whole regiment spoke English. But yet still they put on the Yankee blue and came south with promises of bounty and loot if they would just join in and beat up on the Southern people. General Lee couldn't kill enough of them. So when people start talking about the South lost the war, as General Robert E. Lee said to that boy, we did not lose this. I'm tired of the killing. The Yankees from Gettysburg College, called himself Professor Gettysburg College, want to talk about the burning that happened at Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. I don't blame those men from the South. They had gotten tired. All those Germans still around Chambersburg coming into America. These men were sick and tired of hearing about how these Germans had burned out their families, stole all their silverware and gold and their treasures. And I know General Robert E. Lee was ashamed when he found out that they had burned Chambersburg. Well, let me tell you something. There comes a time when you've had enough. That was not the modus operandi of the Southland of America. And I just want to say one other thing too, Commander Beck, Commander Moore. After my little hiatus of last month, going to all these different schools in the area, I made my way up to Highway 9 on Thursday, the past week. I kept hearing my name hollered out, HK, 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 HK. And a young black boy was hanging out the window, giving the rebel yell and shouting going on. I'm serious about this. More and more of these babies in this last, especially the little black babies, have come to look at me as a hero. I'm no hero. I'm just a country boy, just like Commander Beck. He always played the nut roll, so I played the nut roll too. Just an old country boy from the South land of America. Just like you, Commander Moore loves his South land. My mama would beat the tar out of me if I did. That's what she always tell me. Son, I beat the tar out of you. I was wondering, I got tar in me? But she would beat the tar out of me if I didn't love the South land of America and my flag. I run my mouth a whole lot. I don't want to keep you all here, because if I stay any longer, Terry, you'll know I've been in Tennessee. Please don't everybody tell that boy I've been here.
Yeah, I didn't question you on that.
Please don't tell that.
HK, can you tell them about their Christmas dinner, why you wasn't able to come to the meeting? Some of the
Tell
guys
that story again. That. You always explain that.
Yeah,
see, when I don't make it out, hey boy, why you weren't you here? But I was on my way, coming down the mountains of Interstate 40, and I pushed my foot on the gas pedal. But that old man wasn't moving. So I rolled off to the side of the road. I open up the hood. I'm looking to see if a fan belt broke or something broke on this thing. This young white boy pulled up his shot. Look at me. She looked at me. She said, "What's going on?" I said, "I'm not moving." He looked at me again and said, "I know you." I'm thinking, I said, "Hope I didn't steal nothing." I said, "You HK Edgerton." She said, "And that's your brand." Let me get up under this van and see what's wrong with it. It's cold, y'all. Y'all not cold it was that night. This young man went up under that van and he went to tinkering going on. And I'm standing out there. I had to get back in the van because I'm cold boy out here. Get out, he said. He told me some kind of shaft. Going back, the drive shaft was bad. And that it had to be several miles, 20 miles back up the road he was going to go and get one. And I'm thinking to myself, I only got about $72, you know, for gas fare. I think I had that much money. I didn't have that much money. And he said, "That's how much do I need? Don't you worry about that. I'll be back. You want to go with me?" So no, I'll stay here with the van. About an hour later, I'm thinking, well, maybe he decided not to come back. About an hour later, here he come back. Crawls up under that van, take us some oak and hearing all this stuff going on around. I'm thinking to myself, "Oh Lord, I'm glad that ain't me. I can go up under that." And he got out, and he looked on my back seat and said, "What's that?" I said, "That's my donation bucket." He reached in his pocket and had me $40. I said, "Can't take that." He said, "Well, you take that or take the whipping going on there." Now, I mean, you talk about the Almighty God. You talk about, well, that's one thing, and when you come to the Sons of Confederate,
All right, I'm trying to get to the part again.
Yankees from Gettysburg College call himself Professor Gettysburg College. Hearing about. Let me tell you something. There comes a time when you've had enough. After my little hiatus, a young black boy was hanging out the window, giving the rebel yell. I've come to look at me as a hero. Mama would beat the tar out of me if I did that.
I'm trying to get to this part. I should have rewinded when I heard it.
And my flag. I run my mouth a whole lot. I don't want to here.
Yeah, I didn't question you on that.
You always explain that. See,
Well, I don't feel like trying to find it again. The point that I wanted you all to hear when because he went over it so quick, but the part that he was talking about where his truck broke down, he was pulled over, and some young white guy saw the Confederate flag and said, "That's your flag." So the point of me playing this video, and again, shout out to Brother David for sending it to me. You have people that understand what really went on. Because you have the rest of the United States and the world thinking that the Confederate flag meant something that it didn't. And we personally have shown you where you had Indian nations that were Confederates that had their own flag and that were also partnered up with them black Europeans. And how the whites and the blacks in the South were partnering up via Confederates. So the point of showing this video is to once again point out that not everybody buys the lies. Yes, he is proud of that flag. Because it means something different to him than what everybody else was taught. And he literally started out, I didn't go to the very beginning of the video because y'all can see he long-winded. He started out saying Black History Month is a joke. And what part of that was a lie? They don't tell Black history accurately. So yes, he is proud of that flag. He has a specific reason why he's proud of that flag. It's not what the world was taught. And that was pretty huge for a young Southern white boy to say, that's your flag. Anybody in the South know that a lot of white folks associate that Confederate flag with being white supremacy. And that's not what that flag was about. And folks keep missing the point. You keep missing the point. Because you want to focus on white supremacy when that's not what the Civil War was about. That's not what that Confederate flag was about. So yet again, we done already went over General Lee was black. Abraham Lincoln was black. So how could the Civil War possibly be about white people enslaving black people in the South? That's not what it was about. And as long as y'all keep holding on to what they teach you, instead of getting into your family records, finding out where your family was at this time, you're going to keep believing the bullshit. And unless your folks got here recently, your folks are in those records. When we tell you to question everything, I fucking mean that. This ain't about emotions. This ain't about what I fucking think. This ain't about how I fucking gonna look in front of white people. It ain't fucking how I think I'm gonna look in front of black people. This is about the truth. This man don't give a fuck about what you feel, how he look in front of these white folk. That's not the fucking point. It is about your identity being stolen. That's what this is about. It is about a narrative that has been sold to you that keeps you enslaved, mentally enslaved, to the fact you're looking at these symbols thinking they mean one thing and they mean in another. And now the fucked up part about it, when you get in them records, you see your family was participating in the same shit they say was white supremacy. I'm not talking about no shit I heard. I'm talking about what I found for my fucking self in my own bloodline. So can't nobody come and run no okey doke on me about what the fuck my folks was doing XYZ time frame. I have the records where my folks literally fought in every fucking war. Civil, and I just got one on that American Revolutionary side. So how the fuck were we slaves? That's what this is about. Who are you? What's your heritage? So again, thank you, Brother David, for pulling this video. It was pretty eye-opening because anybody that clicked on this, the general public that saw this Confederate flag, saw all these white men up in here and saw this black man standing there, the first thing that they gonna say, he's a fucking coon. But when you know the truth, and not only do you know the truth, you got the receipts to back it up, you already know what time it is. Okay, so again, this video is HK Edgerton at March 22nd, 2014, SCV Camp 1638 monthly meeting. Off of Colonel Bradford, Colonel Rose, SCV Camp 1638. All right. Okay, so that's that, fam. I told y'all we had a lot of stuff to go through. Okay, so that's that. Now, the last thing I wanted to go over, I I'll say that one for next week. Actually, I should have brought that up when we was going over the recent PSYOP. So maybe I'll bring it up next week. Okay, now I want to get into, because we can bring in Brother Odel. Brother, I call him Brother G, but I'm going to try to pronounce this name. The YouTube channel God Velsty, the Crater Earth dude, put out a video, Crater Earth, called Time Layers. So we're going to go over this vid and shout out to him. And then we're going to get into the topic about the black sun. Just briefly, I'll give a little update on that. And I know by that time, Brother Odel's going to jump on, and then we're going to get it cracking. So let me pull up this feed. Let me see. Sis Sandra and Brother Sean, y'all still on? Oh, let me yeah, you all should be able to unmute yourself whenever you're ready. I just want to make sure I didn't have you blocked. All right, so hold on. Let me get our guy up and shout out to him. I don't know why this thing does that. Okay, so shout out to God Galvansky, Brother G. Shout out to him. This one is called Crater Earth Time Layers. I highly encourage you to subscribe to his channel. He has excellent work on his channel. Okay. So let's get into this one. Crater Earth Time Layers.
Someone mailed me. Take a look at the city of Aden in Yemen. These are fossils of two gigantic creatures. Would this be possible? Of course, but not on a little blue ball flying in space. These creatures would be too big to survive. You need a bigger space. What happened? Let me give you an overview of how far I got. You have prehistory on a bigger Earth. Then something happens. Reset. History on a flat Earth. Then something happens. Reset. Space age in a heliocentric model. Something will happen. Will it be the Great Reset? Put this on a timeline. Prehistory on the bigger Earth. Let's put a date on it, let's say 4000 BC. Start of history in a crater. 1250, half of the crater is morphed into an illusionary blue ball. Start of the space age. Now we are part of the Enterprise.
This advanced base, or space station, will be headquarters for the final ascent to the moon. The entire wheel will slowly rotate at 3 revolutions per minute. The resulting centrifugal force will produce an artificial gravity for the men in the rim.
Maybe it would be a good idea to focus on exploring space. Powered by the infinite amounts of zero-point energy, we'd be able to go across the solar system in a matter of hours. We could start mining asteroids and terraforming other planets. And maybe one day, we'd decide to relocate humanity altogether. But that's a story for another What If.
Finally, 2 small rocket motors on the rim, blasting for a few seconds, will set the wheel in permanent motion. To revolve 3 times a minute.
Son Scotty, your stuff. Escape 1.
Will be headquarters for the final ascent to the moon. Final ascent to the moon. Ascent to the moon. Ascent to the moon.
We are on the moon, Werner. The only ascension I know is Christ going to heaven.
So, the spiritual realms, grave, Hades, that's the abode of the dead. The pit, Tartarus, bottomless pit, both on earth. Lake of fire, not on earth, out there somewhere. Heaven, earth.
Let's recapitulate. So you have Hades and Tartarus, then you have earth and heaven. So if you want to ascend to the moon, you must be in hell. Reminds me of the Solomon system. Counter-rotating. Let's presume that time exists. What would happen if you put a counter-rotating mechanism in it? One pyramid would pull it forward in the future, the other one would pull it back in the past. So you would be stretching time. Take a timeline, then you have the Solomon star. Now it starts stretching time. This is now creating a new timeline in which time is moving slower. Then you can start all over again, a timeline in a timeline. This is of course the concept of the movie Inception, reality in a reality in a reality. Let's go back to the ark. An ark in an ark in an ark. So the ark would be in this system kind of reality projection system. Let's give an example. 100 years in the space age would be 20 years in history, would be 4 years in prehistory. And everything, of course, would be playing out on the bottom layer. So instead of thinking in linear time, let's think in layer time. At the bottom, at a very slow speed, you experience prehistory. On top of that, history at a slower speed. And then we have the normal speed, space age. So in this example, we experience 3 time frames at the same time.
Okay, so did y'all catch what he's saying? Because we've gone over this before. So I'm going to just let that play again, because I'm going to remind you when we went over this before, and it's going to be coming from the Alphabet Boys study.
System. Let's give an example. 100 years in the space age would be 20 years in history, would be 4 years in prehistory. And everything, of course, would be playing out on the bottom layer. So instead of thinking in linear time, let's think in layer time. At the bottom, at a very slow speed, you experience prehistory. On top of that, history at a slower speed. And then we have the normal speed, space age. So in this example, we experience 3 time frames at the same time. Everything playing out in the past would be the blue pyramid, Tartarus, Tartaria. Matter in the top layer would manifest itself as mud in the underlying layer, and in the second layer it would manifest itself as stone or fossil. Crater Earth and fossil stories would be in the bottom layer. Everything concerning the mud would be in the second layer. Remember, we are experiencing these 3 timelines at the same time. If you have a normal size at the top layer, you will be a giant at the second layer and a titan at the bottom layer. Giants are depicted on medieval paintings. In one of my videos I found evidence of a titan. This could mean when you stretch time, you are shrinking matter. If there is a blue pyramid pointing downwards, there must be a red pyramid pointing upwards. If there are timelines in the past, there must be timelines in the future. Stories about the Greys, reptilians, probably are echoes from the future. If there are titans at the bottom layer, there are probably titans at the upper layer. The gods probably are titans. How would this work? Take Lizzie and the dragons as an example. In a previous video I showed that in the landscape of Britain you can find 2 dragons. The dragons are in the bottom layer, so let's say that 1 second would be 100 years. Could this be possible? Take a look at microscopic life. How would they experience time? What if we were the microorganisms in a living dragon? A dragon living at a slower speed and therefore manifesting itself to us as a fossil. On top of that you have the medieval buildings. But suddenly, because of this time experience, a new history is appearing in the mud. In other words, these buildings are sliding from the future into the past. In linear thinking, of course, this is impossible. Let's go back to the year 1250, when the Crusaders moved the Banban stone. In 1250, they rewind history with 450 years. I made several videos about this. But at the same time, I had the feeling that there was another date, 1700, because then you have the rise of the machines. Let's say that in the year 1250 a new timeline was created, from 800 till 1700. That would mean 900 years. This would mean that in 2150 this new timeline ends. So I'm thinking, what if all the layers around the Earth are not air layers, but time layers? What if each layer was a remnant of previous times? Time layer in a time layer in a time layer? So you have the original Earth. Then you have reset 1. A reflective layer is created around the Earth. Now the Earth can see its own mirror image. Then something happens. Reset number 2. A second reflective layer is created in the first one. Reflection in reflection. Then a third one is created. Let's say we would have a reset in 2150. What would it be? Every reset, the mirror is moving closer to Earth. So reset 4 would zoom in even more. So reset 1 would give you this reflection. Reset 2 this one. Reset 3 even closer. And the next reset would give you a very strange planet popping up in our solar system. What a strange planet. And after a while, people start noticing it has this strange X form. Could it be? Nibiru, of course, would be the reflection of our crater, Sirius. Conspiracy theorists in this timeline will notice that the continents are reflected in Nibiru. And in this case, they will be right. If you think you can see them in the moon, well, you're missing a few resets. Makes me wonder what is playing here. It's obvious they are preparing us for the next reset. The end of days. The apocalypse. By now, everybody, except for some crazy conspiracy theorists, believe in the solar system. How hard would it be to persuade people that another planet is entering our solar system? This will be the official explanation. When they start pumping up the story of Planet X, the reset is near. But what will really happen? How are they going to create this event? Where are they going to get this amount of energy?
This advanced base, or space station, will be headquarters for the final ascent to the moon. Our space satellite will have the shape of a wheel.
Yeah, I'm sure it will, Werner. The International Space Station. What is space? When I'm looking again at the images of the space shuttle, it dawns on me that they can only film from the first time layer. Therefore, it will be impossible to shoot videos from the entire Earth. The question is, of course, what are they doing up there?
All right. So, whew. All right, Brother G. God. Damn it. Now it's just gonna jump to something else. I ain't asked for that. Okay, Brother G, God Gavlamsty. That's the YouTube channel. This is Crater Earth Time Layers. To me, now this is just my opinion, this is your best video. I absolutely love this. You threw so many gems in here. So let's go over a few. And so, Brother Odel, come on up. We about ready. So I got to pull this other material so we can get into that. But yeah, Brother G, that's your best video, in my opinion. You laid that mofo out. Okay, so we went over this. We did a whole series on the CIA documentation on consciousness. Y'all remember that? And they talked about time. And specifically, we went into, and I told y'all time don't exist. It's not linear like they told you, how they teach you. Everything happens at the same time. Quote, quote, no pun intended. Okay? That's where folks get the concept of now. Okay? That it's all based on frequency. So what Brother G was showing you in the vid, I'm going to try to go back to that part because, baby, he laid that on out. Let me see how far I want to get into it. Yeah, this part right here. So I want y'all to understand this. He straight laid this out. Let me get into it. Damn it.
In history would be 4 years in prehistory. And everything, of course, would be playing out on the bottom layer. So instead of thinking in linear time, let's think in layer time. At the bottom, at a very slow speed, you experience prehistory. On top of that, history at a slower speed. And then we have the normal speed, space age. So in this example, we experience 3 time frames at the same time.
All right, so that's the part I wanted y'all to rehear. We're going to get back into this document. Let me, Brother Odel, let me drop the link for you. Hold on a sec. Let me drop the link. Let me unmute y'all. Y'all should have been able to unmute yourself, Brother Sean and Sis Sandra. Hold on. Let me get the link for Brother Odel. And then, where the damn link?
Man, that was cool.
Yeah, that to me, Brother G, that's your best. That's your best one. Baby, you laid that one out. That's literally your best one. Where the hell is this so I can share this link?
Wow, that is crazy.
See, that's why I be needing son Scotty. Shit, I be up here struggling, trying to find this thing.
He's not here tonight, huh?
Huh? Yeah, he's not
here tonight.
No,
Huh?
he's not here tonight. Where the hell do I copy this link?
I missed him.
Yeah.
I missed him saying something. Wow. You know, that takes me back to what prophecy is. And it's really not prophecy. It depends on what level you are on to see what's going down. And that's how they terraform too, because they know what, we were talking about that too, is how they terraform this planet because they wanted to shape it the way they wanted to shape it, and they were up high doing it. That's crazy. But he mentioned Nibiru, and Nibiru is the earth, he said, and how it's shaped. I'm like, what?
No, what he was saying.
Yeah.
Odell. What he was saying with Nibiru is that he was just saying that they're going to use Nibiru as an excuse
for the violence.
Not so much the violence of the apocalypse.
The reset.
Yeah, it's going to be used as an excuse for the reset because they're going to, start putting out the narrative. And they've already really started it years ago when they're saying this planet that's in the quote sky. And all of the conspiracy people been saying for years that that's Nibiru. But now that we know what we know, and we know that shit is a reflection, and I showed y'all that that map, and how, here's greater Earth. I gotta get my little candles and vitamin gel for my depictions. So this is us. The elderberry gummies. That's us. Okay. And then right next to us, we were surrounded by the Anunnaki them on this side. And then on this side, here go my electrolyte thingy. On this side was the Draco them. And then over here, my hand sanitizer was Nibiru or Planet X. Okay, so we're surrounded by it. So all he's saying is that they're going to use Planet X as an excuse for an apocalypse. So that's all he was saying on that. But what he's trying to get you to see in this video is that it's a couple of concepts. That's why this is your best video, in my opinion. Because you're once again showing everyone that black sun is the technology piece. And remember, I told y'all that black sun creates the concept of time. Because the black sun, reflects the sun, reflects the moon, and that's creating the concept of time. That astrological clock, that's creating the concept of time. He's taking it a step further and telling you how they're, quote, quote, creating multiple timelines.
Right. Three-dimensional stuff.
Okay. And how it's not linear. So it's not past, present, and future. It's all run simultaneously.
Isn't that crazy?
Okay. So, all right, Brother Odell, I dropped the link. Did you jump on? Yeah, it's there, Brother Odell. The link's there. So let me just refresh y'all memory. When we went over the Alphabet Boys document, we're going to start on page 13.
Going through walls and time travel and all that stuff. Yeah.
Let me...
That's some patents, right?
No, this not even the patents. Y'all going to remember as soon as I bring it up. Okay, so remember I'm on page 11. So I'm just going to refresh your memory. Remember this study we went over? The Department of Army.
Yep.
Analysis and assessment of the gateway process. They released this in 1983. Okay?
Yeah, I remember that.
So let's go to when they talk about the concept of time. And if y'all don't have this, go pull this study. Because they even had a missing page up out of here. But it lays everything out. So let's go over the concept of time. I said page 11. Is this? I got to look at the bottom. Nope, that's page 9. I got to look at the bottom. Okay. This was a hella study. Okay. Time, space, dimension. All right. Up to this point, our discussion of the gateway process has been relatively simple and easy to follow. Now the fun begins. Gateway involves more than just perception of those aspects of the universal hologram which can be accessed in the dimension of time-space as we know it. To explain how and why human consciousness can be brought to transcend the limitations of time-space is the next task which must be addressed. To do this, we must first appreciate what time and space are in order to understand how the dimension that they constitute can be transcended. Physicists defined time as a measurement of energy or force in motion. In other words, it is a measurement of change. However, in order for energy to be in motion, it must first be limited in some way within the confines of some sort of vibratory pattern. So time, as I've been telling y'all for years, and shout out to the brother that put me up on game, he literally said time is emit spelled backwards, which means emitting a frequency / vibration. So what Brother G was showing you when he was showing you the multiple timelines, the past, the present, the future, and the ancient, the mud floods, and current. And he literally said, this one moves slow. This one moves normal. This one moves fast. He was telling you it's based on the frequency. Okay? So when they talk about all of this time travel, it's not what you think it is. It's tapping into the applicable frequency. And you can do that naturally with your consciousness. Just like when you astro travel, i.e. dream vividly in color, you're tapping into a frequency. Okay? So it says within the confines of some sort of vibratory pattern, so that its confinement gives it the capacity for being contained at a specific location, which is distinguishable from other locations, space. So right here, they're giving you the secret to what they're calling time travel. It's just changing the vibration frequency. Okay? And you do that when you astro travel. People that remote view, that's all they're doing. Okay? You're able to do that naturally. But the hijack of the black sun, but the hijack of the technology called the black sun creates frequency/vibration patterns that creates timelines. That's what Brother G is telling you in that video. Energy, which is not confined, is force without limit. So energy doesn't have limits, which is why your consciousness does not have limits, which means you don't have limits. Without dimension, without the limits of form. It is infinity, cannot move because there is nothing beyond infinity and is therefore outside the dimension of time. It is also beyond space because that concept implies that a specific energy form is limited to a specific location and is absent from other locations. So they're telling you there is no such thing as time. It's a creation. It's invented. And we told you that time was invented. And we even told you specifically how. We told you it was through the black sun. We told you that astrological clock, which dictates time, we told you that is the cosmic terraforming / colonizing. All right, so it was something else. All right, it was another time thing I wanted to show y'all in here. So let me go to the next time. Yeah. We went to that one. Okay, intervening dimensions. Since the absolute is conscious energy in infinity without boundaries, it occupies every dimension to include the time-space dimension in which we have our physical existence, but we cannot perceive it. It overlays everything, as do many of the intervening gradients or dimensions, though which the energies of the universe pass on their way to and from their home in the state of infinity to absolute. So I'm just going to make this simple for y'all because G showed it in the video when he was showing you the mirrors. Okay? He was basically showing you the creation of time. That's what he was showing you. But that black sun, he was just using the mirrors as a depiction of what they're doing, but the technology and the mechanism that they're doing it through is through that black sun, that electromagnetic grid. Okay? It is creating these different frequency zones. It is creating these different frequency zones. So meaning a slower frequency, a mid frequency, a high frequency that are all running at the same time. No pun intended. Okay? So when they get ready to reset, they just tune the frequency to something different. And so all of these movies, all of this crap that they're showing you about jumping timelines, it should all make sense now. Okay, so let's see what else I want to read on here. To enter these intervening dimensions, human consciousness must focus with such intense coherence that the frequency of the energy pattern, which comprises that consciousness, i.e. the brainwave output, can accelerate to the point where the resulting frequency pattern, if displayed on an oscilloscope, would look virtually like a solid line. So, to put this in layman terms, they're just basically telling you with your consciousness, you can tap into any timeline and you can tap beyond these manufactured timelines because you can tap into the higher dimensions. Think of that ladder that Brother Odel showed you. You can tap into the higher dimensions, which their technology, i.e. the black sun, can't go up that high. Okay? And you literally do that if you dream vividly in color. And you can smell, feel, and taste. You are astro traveling. You have now broke, quote, quote, the boundaries of time, space, dimension. You've tapped into a different frequency with your consciousness. So naturally you do that, but you can also do that in an awakened state. Okay? Achievement of this state of altered consciousness set the stage for perception of non-time space dimension. This is out of the Alphabet Boys documentation. Okay? The casual relationship between events breaks down, movements become jerky rather than smooth. Time and space may become grainy or chunky. Perhaps a piece of space can be traversed by a particle of matter in any direction without necessarily being synchronized with the piece of time. They show you that in the movie Inception. That's exactly what they're telling you. The traversed particles of matter in any direction, not being synchronized with the piece of time. They show you that in the movie Inception. And what Brother G was talking about, the timelines running simultaneously, and he used it with the analogy of being stacked on top of one another. There is I don't know if it got canceled. I think it did. There was a television series on ABC. ABC, I wish I would have did a better job with it. Brother G, I don't think you're in the US, so I'm not sure if you got this television series where you are located. It's called La Brea. Those of us in the States, it's on ABC. Go look it up. It's called La Brea. And exactly what Brother G showed you in this video of the stacked timelines, that's what this total series was about. They were literally in, was they in front of the Staples Center? It took place in LA, hence La Brea. They was in front of one of them LA Sports Center. Child, don't start me the line. Y'all from LA, California, once you see the first episode, you're going to say, oh, they was in front of the blah, blah, blah center. And this earthquake happened. And this big giant hole opened up. And people started falling through the hole. Boom, boom, boom. Once they fell through the hole, those that survived were in prehistoric time. And they were spending the rest of the series trying to get back to quote, quote, present time. Okay, so I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, Brother G, but exactly that timeline you just laid out over in the Americas, they literally just did a whole television series explaining what you just said. Showed another timeline, what they call the dinosaur timeline, underneath the present timeline. All right, so last part in the Alphabet Boys document, and this is about their study on consciousness. What Bentoff means is that the inside of the dimension of time-space where both concepts imply in generally uniform way is that way there is a proportional relationship between them. A certain space can be covered by energy moving in either particle or wave form in a certain time, assuming a specific velocity virtually anywhere in the time-space universe. The relationship is neat and predictable. Okay, so I'm not going to go over all of this, but I just wanted to remind the fam they told you that the concept of time does not exist in the Alphabet Boys study on analysis and assessment of the gateway process. Okay, so what Brother G is telling you is the exact same thing. He's just giving you the metaphysics / science behind it and telling you once again that the black sun is the technology that's driving it. Okay? So excellent work. You all go check that video out. Oh, they showed that in the Land of the Lost. I've never seen that. Yeah, but La Brea is the name of the series. It came on ABC. I don't know if they canceled it. I wish ABC would have did a better job with it because the storylines were trash. I got bored real easy. But that's exactly what they were showing you. They were showing you the multiple timelines existing at once. Okay, so I'm going to try to fast forward. I'm going to go back to the series and see if I can get to the last episodes, whatever, to see if they give a reason why that happened. Okay, so, let me unmute Brother Odell. Let's bring Brother Odell on. Peace and love, Brother Odell. How are you?
Good evening, sister. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
I'm in good spirits. I'm good. I've had a week off work this week, so I can stay up nice and late.
Oh,
but,
good.
But I'm in a good spirits. I'll probably contact you over the weekend. But I've got a couple of things I wanted to touch. But when you're ready, I'll get into it. I've got something on the so-called presidents. And I've got something on you'll find interesting on the dollar bill and the realm and stuff that I've been looking at as well. So I've got a couple of things for you.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of what Brother G has just done, this is what I've been talking about with the seedings when I was showing the 7D tariff. I'll put it up anyway in a second. I'll show what I'm on about in the talk that we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sister, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm good. You're good. I was just getting this access so you can share whenever you're ready. I'm good. Keep continuing.
All right, that's right. Yeah. So just to kind of, I'll kind of show up a couple of things that agree with what you were saying, basically. So I think I'll pull this up first, just so that we can just give you an idea of what I've been on about, because we've shared this in the previous talks we've been doing. I think I'll just share this first, just briefly, just to show the family what I was on about, so they've got an idea. So when I talk about, I think I mentioned the 3 seedings. I'll let it come up because this is to do with what you've just shown, what Brother G has shown. This I've shown this as well, but just in a different form. But it's the same. The concept is the same because I always talk about the 3 seedings.
Yeah.
They were blaring you about this as well. But this is what Brother G is right. I just show it in a different way, but I explained it.
Yeah, it's the same information. Okay, your screen almost about to kick over. Bear with us, fam. Yeah, to me that's Brother G's best video.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh
absolutely.
my God. I'm like, oh my God, he laid this out. Okay, hold on. Let me
big up for the YouTube.
Yeah, let me hold on, fam. Where is the display screen? Display capture. All right, there we go.
Yeah. So basically what he's saying is this is what I was showing him when this talk I was talking about, obviously all the nursery starts, when I was talking about the different dimensional systems. I was trying to share it here with this image. That you can see you've got obviously 7D Gaia, 5D Terra, and then 3D Earth as the falls have happened when we've had the what's its name, the interruptions from the Draco who visited during you mentioned them earlier, during the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd seeding, the Weesadex, the Weesadex, the Draco, the Anunnaki, the beings from Orion were visiting us in these different seedings. And so you can see here on 7 Giga, you can see here the 3 layers of time that he's talking about is very correct. And obviously they've been poking holes in the fence. So eventually when we've done on 3D Earth, they was able to bring in the last part of the black sun. So you can see the 3D Earth here now. So that's the 3 seedings, and that's what he was about, the 3 layers of time is what he's on about. That's what he's showing. You've got the different, obviously, like on Avatar, I hope we talked about that last week. With Avatar, you've got the 7D level upwards plus, but obviously we're dealing here. You can see here, obviously, got 5D Terra and 3D Earth. So you can see here the different seedings, like he's showing. You've got the different veils of time, because the different level of time on 7D Gaia is totally different to what it would have been on 5D Terra, what it is on 3D Earth, and that's what it's showing. That funnel, that's what it's showing. So this is just showing that image. I'm just agreeing with exactly
what he's saying. So just if you don't mind, just real quick for the fam.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Go ahead.
7D, think of Avatar. Okay, remember we gave homework for y'all to go back and watch Avatar. So 7D is Avatar. 5D is the pre-mud flood.
Yes.
/ if y'all want to say the Tartaria, that's 5D.
Yes.
Okay, and then y'all know what 3D is. Okay.
Because that's what we're on now, and that's
right.
The 3 seedings that I spoke about, and obviously we talked about that obviously here. So that's, and obviously like Inception, you've got layer upon layer upon layer. In 7D, obviously, the existence will be completely different to what we see here on 3D.
That's
but
right.
To get back to that, you will be ascending, which is what's going on now during this natural ascension cycle. You believe in the 3D Earth space. You transfer your DNA, which I think I talked about in this talk. You move to the next state of being, like the caterpillar eats the green leaf, which is the heart chakra, the green leaf, and then transforms into chrysalis like melanin, and then it transforms into butterfly, all kinds of different beautiful colors, and it can do things that it couldn't do before, like fly and all that kind of stuff. You transform to your next state of being. That's the analogy I like to use, and that's what's going on now. You're blossoming to the next state of being. So just to put people up on game, that's what I was showing here.
Oh, that's beautiful. The way you broke that down, Brother Odel, because 3D, you're saying that's equivalent to the heart chakra. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
The heart chakra, what we're saying was the caterpillar is on the leaf, and he eats the leaf.
Mm-hmm.
So when he eats the leaf, what happens after that? It transforms into the chrysolith. Once it gets big enough, it's consumed all the, obviously the green leaf that you're melanin. Once it's consumed all the green leaf, or like the fifth dimensional consciousness, because it's like your heart chakra. If your heart chakra is you've got your heart chakra is actually fourth. It's your middle one. It's your fourth. So you've got the three lower ones. Your heart chakra is your middle, your balance, and then you've got obviously your brow, your throat, your brow, and obviously your crown. They're the three other ones. So there's your seven. That makes you your 7D, and then you've got the ones above that, which if you quite high in vibration, you can feel the energy from. I'm not going to find the public, but you can feel the energy from the other ones. You know about this because we spoke about this.
Right.
The energy of the other ones. That's as far as I'm going in the public.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that when the caterpillar eats the leaf, what it's doing, it's allowing them to transform. Like for what our Nigel will be able to transform. So you get to that middle point, the middle level of yourself, your heart chakra, and then you use your kundalini and your energy to go up your spine, which is shared in that video. God was good. He was going in on that video, by the way, when he was talking about the 33, and you see him the caduceus.
Yeah, he did. He went in. He dropped a lot of jewels. Yes, he did.
I was picking it up. With those great dinosaurs, the Garden of Eden. Because remember, I showed Eden. It was our ancient son. I showed him one of these maps on one of these maps. It's on near the Garden of Eden. It's on one of these maps here, Eden. Because again, he's talking about during the second seeding, absolute Eden, when the beings were at a higher level. Remember this system. Or not a solar system of planets, but as realms and energy.
Exactly.
But what I wanted to get off, so Earth wasn't here then, because we weren't here then, because Tyre wasn't here, because it was on fifth dimensional level. When it was here with the second seed, and when the Dracon started to intercede and do whatever, with the Visitax and Visitax are all messing us up. You've got Nibiru here, was part of the seeding then, but obviously due to what they did during the electric cause, which I covered in this talk, that's why I covered it, when the system got messed up. Blaze talk about this as well. When it got messed up, Nibiru got kicked out, so they knew about all this, and it's in these a 3,600 year loop. What's his name talk about? Zachariah Sitchin, because the Anunnaki, there was on Nibiru, because obviously they're the ones who are putting the computer. Miles Johnson talks about this as well. The rings inside of Saturn, they're the ones who the Saturn on the black sun. They're the ones who put the computers in the rings inside of Saturn, which sends the projections to what we deal with in our realm here, which is here, which is the realm. You can see it here. So when the realm got knocked off and they put us into this, or not into the, into the equinoxes, and we've got either one side or the other. We're not in the natural ascension cycle. This is how we're being fed off, and you can see the grids are being pushed down. So there you can see a Macabre there. You can see a Macabre. Remember he was showing a Macabre? What's his name?
Yeah, Brother G was showing a Macabre.
You can see there. You can see the realm look. Get this thing up, man. Why is it not coming up? I wanted to get my point. Yeah, you can see here. Look, you can see here. Look, we've got the 55 harmonic. You can see here, and we've been took off the natural one we was on before. And look, we've got put on this one now. This is the one we're on now, and the realm's been moved from here, and we're there. So we've switched to this side, to that side. Remember I showed the hijack, and then you obviously got the black sun here, the black sun controlling it, the realm. You can see the black sun controlling the Macabre fields here, and this is your body. You got the Macabre, the realm here. And then you've got the Macabre, the souls inside trapped, and then they're using this hyperdimensional energy, using the 55 harmonic, and they're sending that to Altanin and Draco, the Anunnaki and Nibiru. They're sending it to all these other places, these other
exactly.
They're feeding offers like the Sophie Stores in the Matrix. That's how they're feeding off the soul matrices. That's how they're breaking into the souls down there, and they're being fed off. We've been fed off like they're showing in the Matrix form. Go ahead.
Yeah, which makes sense because Wally brought up the pictures in Terra Infinita. English version seemed less robust. Oh, you got the English version? I didn't even know they had the English version. Well, child, I'm glad I still got the Spanish version. But in the Spanish version, I don't even know what the English version of Terra Infinita looks like. In the Spanish version of the map that they showed, that's why it makes sense that the Anunnaki and the Dracos are like right next door to us, right? Because if they're ciphering energy, they don't have very far.
No.
And another thing I thought of, because in Terra Infinita, they said, because we all know that the Anunnaki are the baddest one on the blocks. because of their technology, because of their knowledge. And they put the Dracos on because the Anunnaki and the Dracos were fighting. And then they partnered up.
Yep.
And the Anunnaki turned things over to the Dracos to run. Okay? So the Dracos aren't the baddest one on the block. It's really the Anunnaki, but they turned it over to the Dracos. Now, here's what I thought, Brother Odel. This is just a theory. Okay, and some can say all of this is theory, and that's okay. I don't have an issue with that. But my theory is that the different timelines or the different dimensions, the 7D was before cosmic colonization, right?
Yeah, keep going.
Before so that's the Avatar.
Yeah.
Okay, once you get to the Tartaria stuff, this is just my opinion. This is Rhonda's opinion. I think that's when the Anunnaki were ruling. Then, when they, a quote, reset was done or a timeline was introduced to what we know now as 3D, that's when the Dracos came into play. That's when they said, okay, Dracos, this particular frequency / timeline, whatever, this is where you will rule. Now, that's just my opinion. That's just my theory.
That's interesting because when I did when I talked about the different beings, obviously because it said they put the holes in the frequency. I know that the Orion Draconian, and I mean we've got the Ratchet, we've got these beings here. Mm-hmm. I know that when the realm was, you can see the black coil on the bottom here. When the realm was set up, as far as I know, this John the Electric was after the second seeding. I've made it very clear by the time we've gone through this, as people know. From what I know, that all of them are all the Weesadaks. This is about 5 million years ago. I've even given the time on this, which is good. The Weesadaks, the Draco, the beings from Orion, that they all are working together. Mm-hmm. And that if you look at it like this, with the equinoxes here, that obviously the Anunnaki might have had this time when the Earth was on this side, the Anunnaki do this one, and then when they turned it over to Draco for this procession, the Draco do it, and then just what they do is they switch between. Yeah, and that would make sense. And if
that makes sense.
Realm, and if you look at the black coil in the realm here, you can see the black coil, this Saturn. You can see that obviously with the equinox, we never used, because I said, Blaise talk about this, but we never used to have the equinoxes. They didn't exist. So you can see how the Anunnaki could control one, and then could hand it up to Draco to control the other. And so what they were doing is they were switching between each one, and then they were both having their times to take their turns. And that would make sense with what you've just said. That would make sense here, because that's what they're actually doing in terms of the realm. And you can see how they would do it with it. And every 25,000 years,
they
switch over.
They switch.
You know, in the Great Sine Wave, that show, they switch over, and then they have these great resets, and that's how they control humanity. And that's during that would make sense based on and then that would fit in, look, with the astrological clock, the wheel. Yeah. That would fit the wheel. So then when they have one procession, that one set of gods sit in charge, and then they have the other procession, the other set of gods come in, and they sit in charge.
Exactly. And now that's just my theory, but that's the only thing that makes sense to me. Yeah.
But it fits in with the realm and those stars that I was showing and everything with Bishop, but it would fit in with that. And then that would make sense in terms, and definitely in terms of the electric wars, in terms of seedings and the stuff that I was sharing in this talk, where I went in depth in. But it would fit in with what you're sharing in terms of the realm and how this time for it's 13 constellations, but then we use a clock. We used a clock from 1 till 12, and that time is still representative to some degree of this astrological clock. So the clock we use today from 1 till 12, which the hands will represent the 13, because obviously that's their control in that time, which is a few. Because the hounds would represent the 13, and you've got the 12, the numbers from 1 through 12. And then so you can kind of look at it like that, and it's the same thing in the realm here. And obviously I've broken down this 13 constellations, not
12, because Ophiuchus is the 13. So
yeah, and
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I was just going to recap for the fam because I want y'all to understand my rambling. So what I was saying was, we know the players on the board are the main players. You have the Anunnaki, you have the Dracos. Okay, now the Palladians and all of them, yeah, okay, but they're not the source of the baddest ones on the block. Okay, the ultimate baddest ones that could not be defeated were the Anunnaki, and that's because of their technology. But the Dracos, they were hella warriors and gave them a run for their money. So instead of keep fighting each other, they partnered up, okay? So my theory was, you know what? These MFs, they're sharing power and they're taking turns controlling the realm. So when we talk about the precession of the equinox, or changing of the ages every 2,100 and 50 years?
263 years, yeah, 163 years, and that's for one age.
That's for one age, right?
Yeah, you've got the Great Sine Wave that's 25,000 years, and then for each constellation it's 2,163 years. But keep going, sister.
Right.
Keep going.
So again, each age, so that astrology, so when they talk about the Pisces age, which we've moved up out of the Pisces age,
yep,
and we're in the Aquarius age, each one of those ages is 2,163 years. So that astrological clock, and to go around that clock totally, meaning to go through all of the ages or to go through all of the astrological signs, is 25,960 years total. That's one complete go round on that clock. What we're saying is there is an agreement in place with the Anunnaki and the Dracos, and they take turns controlling the realm, and they switch out controlling the realm based on these ages.
Yes.
So that's why you have these different gods, for the slow ones in the back. That's why you have these different gods with different ages. Now, that doesn't mean every time that there's a change in God that it's going to be, okay, that's an Anunnaki one, that's a Draco one. Because sometimes those particular, like Anunnaki, for example, they may have their folks controlling. The agreement may be that they get to control, let's say they get to control 6 ages. And then the Dracos get to control the other 6 ages. But within those ages, the Anunnaki they appoint their different leaders, which are going to be equivalent to the different gods. Okay? That's why Enki is represented as the fish. That's why Jesus is represented as the fish. That's why in the Bible they talk about they depicted it as animals. And they were what they were really telling you in the Bible was a switching out of the ages. Yeah. All right. So that's all we're telling you. That was just my theme, that between the Anunnaki and the Draco, they're taking turns controlling the realm. Yes. And because they are different beings and they work on different frequencies / vibration, it's going to be, quote, quote, what is called resets. And shout out to Brother G, these multiple timelines. Okay, so that's what we're saying. Okay, I'm done, Brother Odel.
Yeah, and I'm just going to back you up. That's why the picture, and so what they're able to do is I put the realm up. This is why it's a good picture to always use. Is you can see the souls are being recycled, and they're using the obviously the black sun. You can see the black sun, the technology. You can see the souls are being recycled. This is what I was just showing you. That's why I just put that image in there so that people could see how the souls are hitting the top of the dome, so to speak. It hit the top of the dome. You can see the top of the dome there, and they're being recycled back down, up, back down, up, back down. And as they're going up and back down, they're being fed off, enslaved. You can see they're enslaved, and then that's in the black sun, and it's been recycled in, and they've been like Sophie shows in the Matrix. They've been like batteries, like Morpheus shows Duracell battery. The melanin, the souls are being fed off. That's what Morpheus is showing in the Matrix, the dual cell battery. That melanin, because your copper, your skin, your copper, where the ones were being fed off, the souls are being fed off. That's how they're doing it. And I was showing the image of it earlier on when I was showing the planet, and I was showing the macabre grids, and I was showing how they've been squashed down, and the 55 harmonics being put in its place, and we're being fed off. And so it's the wormhole technology, not the Stargates, because the sisters came on the original 3 million yards came from the Stargate technology. They reverse engineered it, and they create the wormhole technology. And the wormhole technology is what they use to set usually what I call the Metatronics. That's how they're able to use the quantum, generate the quantum fields or the quantum energy, and send that harvest that soul energy, which I'm showing here, and that's what they're sending to the Altamin, where the Draco live, the Anarchy on Nibiru, and like you said, you've seen those pictures in the book that you shared with us recently. You've got obviously the Weesadex, you've got the beings from Orion, you've got the Zeta Reticulans. I shared them all here on this talk. We went through all the different beings. We went through them all. They're on here because I remember me sharing them. Obviously, they're the different ages with the different gods like Ares or Musa. We covered that. So the Abrahamic religions are all part of the original Adam and Eve. And obviously, I talked about Eden. That's all the different ages. I talked about all this stuff in this other talk. And obviously, in the other one I showed about the Piscean construct as well. So this is where it gets into all this, the different species and what happened. This is what I was explaining in this talk. I in the biblical stories with the original origins of the fall, and the falls, the different falls are what my man was talking about, Brother G. The different falls are the different seedings, which are the different energies, which is what we're in now. That's why I'm linking this to this. Why I was linking in that talk. What he showed in that talk, that's what I linked this to. That's exactly what I was explaining here. But I was showing about the mental flood. You can see here where it talks about the flood. You can see here the tower before the flood. I talk about in this talk, it was mentioned in the flood. It talks about we were seeded upon earth. Before the flood was on Tower, and before that was on, like an avatar was on 7D Gaia. And each time the Draco and the Naki, the Weesadex, the beings from around, they all came and got involved and knocked us down. This every time we fell down one was where each time we've had a reset or flood. This is what this slide talks about, the biblical fall. So I mentioned it. We've talked about previously in this in the talk. So this is what I want to get very clear, that we've covered this, like the brother shown, we've covered it, and we've covered that black sun. You can see the wheel. This is why it's key, because again, this is when we got the birth of what? Duality consciousness, which is what we're dealing with right now. The polarization is what we're talking about. So I'm going to back you up there, sister, and just say we came in right on cue on this explaining. And now we're going back the other way, because it's a stellar activation cycle. From 2017 onwards, we're in this natural stellar activation cycle now. They knew this, hence why they're trying all these great resets with Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum. You've got obviously the great reset they're talking about in mainstream society. That's because of this natural ascension cycle that's taking place, and they know that this was coming, and so what they're having to do is try to reset the realm.
Exactly. So this is answering your question, sis Nonya. What's the realm after this? He's just answered your question, because this is every time we get on this deep stuff, here come the porn. And that ain't gonna stop nothing.
Truth in it, sister.
Yeah,
start telling the truth in it, sister.
So
going, Rhonda.
he just hit on it, sis Nonya. What's after this is that clock being removed.
Yes.
So meaning not limiting you to the higher dimensions, because as long as you stay at the lower dimensions and long as that clock, i.e. their technology and that black sun is in place, you cannot get to the higher dimensions.
No, they're trapping you in your root chakra down here. So you down here to around about and they feed off the Lush, the beings, the Draco, the Anunnaki, that's where the Dex, the beings from Orion, which is Vatican worship. These other beings. You, sister, look, when me and sister spoke privately, I shared some of these images with the sister.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not putting them in the public. Me and the sister know some deep stuff. I don't put in the public. And I shared images of it. We insisted that I've got stuff the sister's seen. It's way deeper than this. Like, sister, I've shown images of other realms and and other stuff that we got. It's not in the public, right? So when the sister's talking about what she's talking about, she knows, because we discussed it at length privately. I have with Antoine as well to some degree as well when we had the chance to speak. What I want to get into, and I agree with this, where the sister's coming from, is the fact that even as you hear this, there's Halls of Amenti, 20,200 BC. Again, when we last fell, because it was when on the Great Sine Wave, when we last fell, that the interdimensionals knew that the next probable stellar activation cycle on Earth would occur between 2000 and 2017. The Emerald Order of Melchizedek Foundation, Nazarite Nations of Earth, of the Emerald Covenant again, we're returning the translation to the CDC place, which the Vatican do have, they do know about it. And this is what we're in now. We're in a stellar activation cycle, a natural cycle. And this is why they talk about the Great Reset, because they're trying to put in a fake version of what is occurring naturally. That's what they do. They put a fake version in place. That's why they're putting all these poisons out with the porks and all this nonsense, all this mind control, all this negativity. It's to keep you in that root chakra so you don't ascend to your next natural state of being, where there is no clock and you're not limited to know nothing. Where Brother G was talking about the free seedings or the free time lives, you'll be free of all that, and you'll be free of all that completely. You'll be functioning without no restriction, because this clock, the wheel, all the time, 12 through 1, is keeping you in a loop. It's keeping you in a loop. And that loop is a never-ending loop, where past all the realm stuff, time does not exist. You have no restriction. So that's what we're getting at. So that's what we're sharing here.
Exactly.
The tree of life. So go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
No. So just answering Sis Nonya's other question. Right. So when we're talking about removing that clock and you're accessing the higher vibrations, if you have the higher realms, that means no limitations. You can't get to the higher realms while the sky clock exists. But what does the realm when a person passes on? I don't know what you're talking about. Because who said you can't get to the higher realms without the clock? You can. Your astral body, you can. You can get to these higher realms right now with your astral body. Energy does not die.
Souls don't die.
Souls don't die. So you have to take into consideration your astral body and your physical body.
There you go. And if you're down here, that's where you're being fed off. But if you're here, you see the tree of life that talks about the heliotech, and it talks about in Revelation, it's 22, and it talks about the first death and then the second death. It talks about those who were recorded in the book of life, or the tree of life.
Oh, I see what she's saying. She said, I know that, but when you pass here, you are in a place. That's the recycling. That's what Brother Odel was showing you with the this. Hold on, it's getting to y'all. When he's showing you the realm, and you see the little thing that look like a big teardrop, those are the souls recycling. Okay? And that's why we were saying when you're saying when the physical body dies, you go someplace. Right. But you make that decision consciously, right? You make the decision when you transition where you're going. And that's why they set up the trap for people. What do they tell you? Look for Jesus, Allah, Buddha. Now they done threw aliens and them up in there, Inky, Binky, Linky, them up in there. Look to the light. Yep, you see it. You see it. Right. So that's how they're trapping the souls. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So you saw something else. You had no choice or power. That's interesting. So you caught that, Brother Odel?
No, because
you saw the light. Okay, I knew it was coming. I didn't want to bring it up out of you. I did not want to lead the witness. I didn't want to lead the witness. So you saw the light. What did you do? What decision did you make when you saw the light? You don't have to tell me publicly. I just want you to think about it. You don't even have to disclose that by any means. You don't have to disclose it. So you made a decision when you saw the light. Now shout out to Bobby Hemmett. Shout out to Bobby Hemmett, because he cracked that code. And when he said that shit, I sat straight the fuck up. Because he said they trapping you by telling you to walk into the light. Yeah, because walking into the light is the recycle. That's the recycling of the soul. Yeah, probably what they're calling a guardian angel. Oh, damn. Child, we would have towed that motherfucker up in that realm. You ain't finna tell me where the fuck to go. This my decision. That's deep, sis. Yeah, sis, we would have told that motherfucker. I'm telling you, we would have told that motherfucker up. But you get the gist. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. You get it, sis. Damn, sis, why you had to drop that deep stuff in here? Woo! But yeah, that light is what recycles and trap you. And shout out to Bobby Hemmett. He was the first one I heard say that. And I broke down and cried. Because how many times have folks told people, just walk into the light, look for the light.
Mm-hmm.
That's the trap. That's the recycling. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, Brother Sean.
That's also where your family come in there too.
Come on now, tell it.
Yeah.
Tell it.
Yeah.
They're going to see their family.
Yeah.
That's their inability to let go. If you've already fulfilled your contract, ain't nobody to be coming back for. Your ancestors are within you.
Yeah.
Ain't at no light, no place else. They're within you. You don't have to wait till you transition to talk with them.
Sure don't.
That's where that shadow work come in. That you can't be scared to go within. All the answers are truly within. Long as you looking outside of yourself for something. If you are a soul being, You are a source of light. Why would you go into another light? That's going into another being or portal
Yep.
that you didn't create. If they trying to lure you into it, obviously you have to consent to be in it.
Yeah, and in her case, she was saying that it was some evil entity that was trying to gangster her into it. And that's when I was saying we would have told that motherfucker up. You understand me? I swear we would have been scrapping. What you say, Brother Sean?
Majority of the time, that's yourself.
Ooh.
That's your ego wanting to survive. It wasn't. The ego wants to survive too, just like every other parasite.
Now that's deep.
His body wants to live. If you didn't already set up for another arrangement, and then you trying to back out of it on that ground, your ego is going to talk you into going in there, whether it have to bully you or not. It knows you. It's been with you. It knows what you're scared of. So it scares you into doing what it wants you to do.
And that's real deep. So I'm going to be scrapping with self-entity. I don't give a damn about none of it. Whatever getting the fuck beat down. But that's an excellent, excellent point, Brother Sean. Because the family members, and Bobby, him had talked about that in the video. He said they're going to bring family members to you, telling you to walk in the light. And he said, don't walk in that light. You turn and go the opposite way.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. He did definitely. I remember watching that. Go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
Release it with love and gratitude.
Yes.
Because it's a part of yourself that you suppress. Times when you needed that dark energy and you just reached down south and slapped the shit out of somebody.
Right.
That was that dark energy that you had to be ashamed of and put away instead of embracing it and putting it in its place. That's what love is. That's what wholeness is.
Right.
That darkness is a part of who you are. It's a part of your defense mechanism. It's a part of your offensive mechanism when you have to defend or fight for something.
Yep.
It ain't about turning that other cheek. That darkness, that chaos is a part of who you are, and it serves a purpose. Just like now, when we need to be kicking certain ass, putting shit in place, putting motherfuckers in place, and healing.
That's right.
Time.
That's right. Excellent point. Woo, y'all going in. Excellent, excellent point. I don't even know where to find that Bobby Hemming video, y'all. That was so many years ago. And I have no idea where to find it because it was buried within a lecture. And I don't even remember nothing else out of that lecture, but I sure in the hell remember that. So when I made the statement last week, and I think that was you, sis, Nonya, and Brother David gave, when you said protect your portal, he gave an acronym for it, PYP. Now y'all can, take that however you want. If you want to swap out portal with another P word, that's your business. But either way, when we were talking about protect your portal, and I said, women, if you don't remember nothing else that I'm telling you, protect your portal. And it's for this purpose. It is serious business when you're bringing souls into this realm.
Absolutely.
Now, I don't know about you, but I'm just getting myself together because I'm done with this bullshit. I ain't recycling back up in this little conveyor belt motherfucker. No, that's not fencing to be me. So I understood my personal soul assignment. Now, not everybody is at that point, and that's okay. No shade, none of that. No judgment on my part. Because who the fuck am I? Your journey is your journey. My journey is my journey. Okay? I'm just here to give you the information. But just know, if you're bringing souls into this realm, you're responsible for those souls. Okay? It's serious business. This is serious business. Okay? So this ain't the time to be on no play stuff. So when we up here talking about the economy and we talking about men getting on our nerves and men talking about women getting on their nerves, and that ain't shit compared to what we're talking about right here. Because when you're making the decision to bring souls into this realm, this is some deep shit. And so the responsibility is even more heavy. Because not only it's a physical responsibility, but it is a spiritual aspect responsibility to it as well. So even at a physical level, you think that it's hard supporting a child, trying to raise a child properly, trying to make sure that the child has everything that they need, and children, plural. That's just on the physical side. This is the spiritual side. That's why bringing souls into this realm is serious business. That's why who you're choosing to have children with is serious business. Okay? So there's always a method to my madness when I'm talking my shit in this scarf. Okay. But damn, yeah, that was deep. Okay, Brother Odel, I'm done.
Agreed. And I'll just to add on, just to back you up, that that the science of the realm in terms of the astrological clock, there are certain times of the month where you're doing certain things, depending on when you do that, when the moon's in certain stuff, you can, and Blaze talk about this as well, that you can bring in actually higher souls. Obviously, we've got rainbows and crystals that are coming in at the moment due to what's happening with this ascension cycle, that you can actually bring in higher souls depending on how you make love. I mean, a guy called Shantan Tiami, who's brilliant. He talks about full body orgasm and stuff like that. We're not even using the full potential of his brains, the full potential of who and what we are in terms of the potential that we have. And unless you're aware of this stuff, a lot of people are not aware of this stuff, and they need to be aware that it is serious business. I agree with you, sister. I've always wanted to have children, but you can't just have them with anybody. You have to have them with somebody you vibrate with, and somebody is on the same point with you, because you can't. If you do, I'm not selling the birthright for not with where I'm at, and they're not getting registered, so I'm not bringing them in based on getting them social security numbers and all that stuff. You're gonna have to have them have other things in place, but privately you can do stuff privately. That's fine, but I'm not registering them or anything like that. I'm not transferring them to the government or anything like that. So you have to have things in place first before you even. A lot of people are not putting the basics in place to be able to look after children properly. outside of so-called society, and allowing these children to blossom without having any shots putting in them or any mind control, actually for them to blossom naturally in terms of being able to function correctly, with not having them infiltrated with all this nonsense and propaganda.
Absolutely.
So you've got to have there's a lot of things that have to be done in the background first, to put yourself in the position first where you teaching them how to be down here, fish properly. But even for instance, foraging, I know somebody over here does that foraging. They're able to eat naturally, a lot of processed foods, but actually grow. I mean, I watched something you did the other day. You're growing your own stuff. People growing their own food, and doing, being self-sufficient outside of relying on anything that the so-called government is offering you. You have to be totally self-sufficient. Fundamentally, when you bring in children into this world, you want them, you're responsible for how they're being brought up. So there's a lot of elements to this. If you're going to do it properly, that needs to be put in place pre-hand before you even think about getting to that. People are just doing stuff willy-nilly and I'm thinking about the consequences that come with it.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I just also wanted to just point out the fact that folks are literally having children with the wrong folks. And you're knowing that you're doing it. And I'm not understanding how folks are thinking that shit is acceptable. So folks ain't even thinking about the physical aspect. And if you're not even thinking on that basic physical aspect, I know you're not going to be thinking about, okay, well, this child is coming here. I want to set up the best environment that I can for the child. I want to raise the child in an environment where they're not depending on the system. They can't even get to that point. And just the spiritual aspect, just throw that damn out the door. So the point of the matter is, what I'm saying is, when I say protect your portal, when I say having children is a serious business, the first aspect you should be thinking about is the spiritual. Because if you're not thinking about the spiritual aspect, you're setting that child up for hell. And it's selfish. For whatever your fucked up selfish reasons is, it's not right. If you are not bringing children into this realm for a spiritual purpose, you're selfish. Because if you are doing it from a spiritual perspective, you're going to line it all up. You're going to bring into the realm higher souls that'll also raise the frequency.
Correct.
And what we don't want to admit is that we are recycling some fucked up energy in this realm. Because we start off for all the wrong reasons. And because you're going through it, you should enter and understand the amount of work you have to do to get out of the muck and mire. Because you weren't brought into this situation in the most ideal. So when we're choosing to do these things, when we know it's wrong, there's nothing right about it. And I don't even care if you don't know. Let's say that the people that don't know this information, which we know the majority of people don't know this information that we kicking right now. We all know that most people bringing children into the world are bringing them into the world for the wrong fucking reasons. It's not right. So that means it's a lot of souls that's being recycled in the realm without the proper higher energy.
Agreed. Because we're not using the science of polarity,
No.
positive poles and negative poles, and how you can, and let's talk about this issue I first learned about, and how you can using the energy of man and woman, that you can vibrate to such a high level that you can bring in higher energy first. I used to talk about the higher energy first, and vibrate yourself to a certain degree, and then you would bring in the higher souls. You bring in energy first and sort yourselves out that way first, and then you would eventually, because it's a science, it's an art stroke science. Then you would put your positive pole, negative pole between the man and the woman, and then you would vibrate to an extent where you could bring in the highest potential souls in. And that is not being practiced to offer. I call it full body orgasm.
Right. It's not being practiced.
No.
Yeah, it's not. It's not being practiced.
And that's in the spiritual level. That's none of that's being practiced. But then the souls that you would also bring in, not all with the vibrate at a higher level, the higher level. The people are not even talking about the time between when the soul's first being brought into terms of the woman's womb, and the communication that the man and woman have with the child when the child's inside the womb. That's not talked about, and that provide an environment for the woman while the child is still obviously in the womb. That's not talked about. And then even when they come here, the way the women give birth here in these stupid hospitals, and they put them in those stupid positions where actually the women should be able to choose a position they want to give birth to a child in, which is not the way you do it in a hospital. Even that, and then what they do afterwards, how they traumatize the child when the child first comes here. The births are not even done correctly.
No.
And then when the child comes here, the fact that the afterbirth, and that's very valuable, and the hospital steal all that stuff, and it's not, and that's tied to his soul. And how you're supposed to deal with the afterbirth properly. That's not taught.
No.
Not talked about. There's so much stuff that is not talked about.
It's a hot mess.
Even how the women breastfeed the child.
Exactly.
After the child first comes, is not talked about. I should do that properly, because the actual the DNA and stuff, and the energy the woman has when the first child first comes in, it's so important. The first few months for the child is breastfeeding. They want you on formula milk. You're not supposed to use formula milk. You're supposed to have the woman's milk from the woman. I mean,
right.
it's ridiculous, sister.
And everything from the start of it to the beginning of it is ridiculous. And now they're running around talking about they want to ban abortion. And then you have these people, it needs to be banned. It needs to be banned. And, folks are arguing at that level. And I'm thinking at it on a different level. I'm like, you all are too stupid to understand. They don't give a damn about children being, quote, quote, murdered. It's about this recycling wheel.
Yep, and the souls coming down
to keep them souls recycling for slavery. They don't give a damn about no babies getting murdered.
KV and the harvesting of souls down here in the lower aspect to keep them in their root chakra, so they can harvest the lower souls, so they can keep having them fed off.
Exactly,
keep going, sister.
It's about keep having souls / energy batteries to feed off of. They don't give a damn about quote, quote, babies being murdered.
Nope, because they're murdering the Viking and they're stealing the souls anyway through moonchild rituals, because of what they do in terms of when the souls come down there to traumatize them. Because again, these beings, some of the beings I showed you, that the images we're not sharing in the public, that's the floosh, that's what they feed off.
Exactly.
That's why because get involved in. Go ahead, sister,
because they need a certain amount, a certain numbers of souls to keep being recycled to cipher energy. And because people are putting no thought process into it, because it's not spiritual, they know that those certain amount of souls that are being recycled are at just the energy level that they can feed on. Because if there were enough higher soul beings coming through, this shit would be totally shut down. Because they could not feed off of those souls. So women, when I sit up here in my scarf every week and talk my shit about you not using your power, and you're not using your power responsibly, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You control it. And I'm not even telling you to run out and get no abortion. You don't have to do that to even have that motherfucking shit on your conscience. I'm telling you to know, and you better have a damn fucking good reason, or you need to have a damn fucking good reason to be birthing and bringing souls into this realm, because it's serious business. You control this. Do you not understand that? Without your portal, this realm does not exist.
That's why the women are given certain privileges, Me Too movement, in society, because the Vatican know. So I keep talking about the men because I banks school. They said the HQ cannot function without the
it cannot function without them souls.
Without the womb of a woman, because without the women, this is why they try these artificial wombs, which won't work because they don't function on the natural template.
They can't feed off of them properly.
They can't. No,
that's like eating Doritos, Twinkies, junk food, and then you ain't healthy. Well, yeah, you ain't ate nothing natural.
Not the source. It doesn't come from the original source.
It didn't come from the original source.
If it's not there, it's never going to be as natural, as good as what the realm or the actual realm, this realm functions on. So therefore, an imitation is always going to be an imitation. It'll never be as good as source. So therefore, they have to trick the women into giving birthing the souls into Section 2 AKV. They have to trick the women, which is why women are given privileges in this so-called society, because they have to be protected. Because without the wombs of the women, this whole Section 2 AKV would be dead. Gone in its existence. So they know that's why they behave in a certain way towards women. That's why the Vatican are doing what they're doing. That's why people are not seeing the real truth. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I say it's already dead. What's keeping it alive is consent.
I can't argue with you on that.
Ain't no piece of paper power, period. I don't care what's on it. It's the fact that we consent to shit and bring shit to life. The paper itself has no power, no authority. And we need to start treating that shit like that. Unless it's something we drafted that we want motherfuckers to take serious, that's the only shit we should be putting our energy into. Other than that, knowing that they use paperwork in that aspect, we shouldn't get that shit no shine. It ain't got no power over me. I don't give a fuck if I got a birth certificate or that or the other. That's just papers that motherfuckers gave to me. I didn't ask for none of that shit. I got a certain age and they said, here, use this to do this, to do that. So I used it to do this, so do that. But does it hold power over me? No, because I still do what the fuck I want to do anyway. But that's just me.
No, I understand what you're saying, and that's a very good point, and I'm not arguing that point at all, and I agree with you on that. That's very well taken. I'm just
Yeah, yeah, and I
We
wouldn't
have
have
to
witnessed it
reclaim
at
our
all.
power.
Huh?
We are the power.
Exactly. That's exactly. That's
I totally agree, because
That's the
at the
battery
end of the
being fed off.
day,
Yeah.
our energy runs this shit.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about
And
the women
again,
in the realm there, because without the
if you
woman, they
ain't
can't
coming
do
through
it.
no portal, none of this shit will be here.
Exactly. There you go. This is why I was talking about the
So
women.
again,
Yeah,
women, your portal runs this shit.
correct. This is why the female Yana set up the realm. This is why, like, when all the people arguing about the female Yanas coming, I said, listen, the women were here first. The female Yanas were here first before the birth through the males. And you see it in natural procreation. And all they're trying to do is what I called it. They're trying to mimic that, and they can't do that without the wombs of the women. It don't work.
Without the wombs, and if we want to talk about consent, that's giving consent.
Yes, I agree.
That's giving consent to this fucked up realm. You keep bringing these babies in here haphazardly.
Yep.
You're not bringing them in here for a purpose or a real plan. You ain't using your power.
Agreed.
Because you're so busy looking up at some motherfucking man. That's the point. We're powering our enslavement.
Without the women, they can't do it. Exactly. Without the women, none of this thing would exist without the wombs of the women. That's why it's fundamentally sat on the female. It's not female. It's fundamentally sat on the women, because without the women, no nation, no matter what nation it is, no nation cannot exist without its woman. Without the women, the nation it doesn't exist. They need the consent of the women to make this thing work. I agree, sister, completely.
Hey, sis. But I remember back in the day when we had big family. Soon as your ass was old enough to walk, big enough to walk, you learned to do something. You wasn't just sitting around as no useless eater. Even as a child, you had to learn to do something and pull your goddamn weight. Back then, everybody chipped out and did shit around the house. Everybody helped out. It wasn't just mom and pops doing everything, or mom or grandma taking care of everything. Everybody had to pull their goddamn weight. Now we just got so many people that's a sense of entitlement. Like they just supposed to sit around and reap the benefits that everybody else didn't put in. I mean, you sit up and you work hard, and you got somebody just sitting around waiting for you to die to collect your shit. Like, I don't have to do nothing. Sis just has sat up and done all this work.
Right.
She getting older now. So shit, all we got to do is wait for her to die.
Right, and collect her stuff.
I mean, that's been the problem for the longest. Even with these foreigners, they knew to come over here. They knew that everything went through the woman. So what's the first thing they do? They come with their marriage proposals, which are business contracts, and that's another thing.
Agreed.
That we don't discuss and understand that when you marry somebody, it ain't just quote unquote for love.
Oh, it's business.
Business.
Mars and Reg.
It's business. Make no mistake about it. It's business.
I agree, Mars and Reg. I agree, Sean, Mars and Reg. Marriage, Mars and Reg.
Up making debt. So I mean, if you don't know how to run a business, and then the fact that when your child comes into that marriage, that's also a business thing with the birth certificate.
Right.
And It's about that child's energy. You giving your
Agreed.
child's energy and learning over to somebody else instead of you bringing that child up in the way of your lineage, of
Agreed.
your people.
Yeah, your
But you send
bloodline.
your child off to be a good servant, a good citizen,
Come on, tell
a
it
good
now.
slave to somebody else instead of teaching that child who they are and how they're supposed to navigate through
Agreed.
all of this poetry.
Agreed.
Agreed. Definitely agreed.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Agreed. Yep. That's how far folks have strayed.
Agreed.
I 1000% agree with you, Brother Sean. 1000%. Literally, you're just birthing slaves at this point.
Yeah, with no consideration. Mars and
none.
Rage yeah, and that's why I talk about cover vacation, because Mars and Rage, and this gets back into the realm stuff, because that's why I link it back to Mars and Rage, or marriage. If you just break the words down, Mars and Rage, obviously that's the energy of the Mars, or the male energy, and Rage is anger. It's in the Vatican set up the Sessituate system through convocation when they claim the souls. That's why I always talk about convocation, because it's the soul energy. The marriage sounds right. They claim the wombs of fruit and sanctum. They claim the eggs of the womb for the women. They claim the eggs of the womb for women.
And I got it. I take offense to that. Exactly. No, you ain't gonna claim a motherfucking thing. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. Exactly. That's why they pick the soles of the feet when they have the life.
Absolutely. That's deep.
Why I covered it. Deep. That's why I covered it, and I showed it on that talk. This is why I talk about it, because it's not the paper aspect I'm getting at. That's why. Why did I bring up, sister? What did I always bring up? I know it's ever brought this up when we've done this. I always talk about what convocation. I'm the only one that ever brought this up. Consistently, I've brought that up. Convocation, because what do they do when they go to hospital? They prick the soles of the child's feet, the bloodline.
They're sealing the soul ritual is what they're doing.
Exactly. And through convocation, they set up the live birth record. The first trust is set up, the second trust, because the ecclesiastical trust and the baptism. All the three trusts are set up, which is the 3D earth. It's still a soul contract, but it's the fact that the mum and dad give it up through administration. The mum and dad give up the birthright of the child or through pens portrayer to the so-called government. But the fact is I'm not talking about the paperwork's not the most important thing. It's convocation. This is why I keep talking about convocation, because when they prick the soles of the feet, it's going at that spiritual level. That's why I did the talk that I did. Because without that stuff, all the other paper, it doesn't matter about all the paper, it doesn't exist. Without convocation, without that, none of the other stuff matters. Because at the soul level, that's where this is, the Mars and Rage contract at the soul level, that's what this is getting at. That's why I did the talk that I did on the Sesituate AK3, because that's why I covered the baptism stuff. Because with the soul contract aspect of it, that's getting at the spiritual aspect that you've been on about. And who does that? The wombs of the woman. That's why I talk about the wombs of the woman. Without the woman, that can't exist without the wombs of the woman, because the child is in the womb of the woman before they come here.
So even let's say if let's even use back in the day, because you, Brother Sean, you're bringing up how far we have fallen. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, because what you're explaining as traditionally how we grew up, there was a family structure. Everybody had a purpose, this, that, and the third. And we've moved away from that. But even with that family structure, we were still birthing souls into the realm that were enslaved. We just keep falling further. And now there's really no type of foundation. So all we're telling you all, family, now is look at it for the reality that it is. These things that you're doing on this physical, it has a spiritual connotation to it.
Agreed.
That's what we're telling you. And particularly women Without you, there is none of this.
Agreed.
You shut it down with your womb. That's why you're supposed to be making smart, healthy decisions. So those smart, healthy decisions, it's even deeper than the physical. That's why you're not supposed to be basing your mate just on the physical. And that means in looks and in monetary. You're supposed to be basing it, we talked about this, I know y'all know this, on values, principles, soul, consciousness, energy.
Vibration, agreed. Absolutely.
Because to me, that's first. Because if that ain't right, I don't care about that other stuff. We're done, son. We're done. That's the level of everybody want to run around and fucking talk about vetting, but they ain't talking the fuck about that. Because I know and they know that they sorry low vibrational asses won't pass that vibration test. And that's even you low-level, hoteppers, polygamists, degenerates. You don't fucking pass the test either. One conversation and you gonna bring a sky daddy in the motherfucking conversation, whether or not it's an alien or not. You gonna bring some motherfucking male patriarch chauvinistic shit into it because deep down you're fucking low level vibrational degenerate. So I can't judge it on what the fuck you say. I'm judging it on how you move. I'm judging it on your energy. And you get X'd, because I am the XX, out the game very fucking quickly. That's how we're supposed to be selecting women. And most 99.99999% don't make the cut. And that's the way it's supposed to fucking be. That's what Protect Your Portal is about.
Agreed.
Because if we were doing that, we wouldn't have any of these problems that we have now. Not a fucking one. And I'm speaking specifically to the melanated, aka black community. If we were vetting that way, we wouldn't have any of those problems. I ain't got to argue with you about a goddamn thing. Who's submitting to what job your funk ass going on, what weave I'm wearing, none of that. This is in your hands, women. Because if you keep sitting up here depending on a man to raise you up, you still gonna be at the bottom. They ain't done it. They ain't gonna do it. And guess what? It's not their fucking job. You make the decision through your womb. End of story. Simple. So now I can't tell nobody what to do. You do you. You live your life experience. But I hope you remember these conversations. Because when you start having them problems with them degenerates, When you start having them problems with them babies, I want you to remember these conversations. You have all the control. I don't give a fuck what no man say. You got the control. Shut it down or not. But if you choose not, you consent to the bullshit. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, I agree. No, I agree. I totally agree. I really, a lot of people don't like Kevin Samuels, but there were some things that he did speak on in terms of some of the stuff I did like in terms of some of the concepts he was speaking on in terms of people being together in terms of finding the right vetting for the right way of finding the right kind of man. And I think it's important because we've lost a lot of the aspects in our communities. And Sean was right when he talked about families previously that women were out running out here going on crazy and doing whatever they're doing, all this madness you see out here now. Then there was the principles that were dealt with properly when you was looking for the right man. It was like you said, it was on the principles, it was on the man's values, it was on the vibration, it was on your connection that you made together. All that stuff, all that real stuff, it's all gone. In society now, it's all insane. It's gone all crazy. You get me? People are just running around there. Who's got the most money? Who's got the best looks? Nothing to do with the principles, the values.
Yeah, nothing of substance. Nothing that's gonna hold up. Yes, exactly. Absolutely. And it's embarrassing at this point.
And especially in our, I won't mind. The worst thing is in our communities, they're the most degenerate because of all the nonsense. Because we would have the best principles, and now we're on the other end. We're now the worst. If you look at our communities,
exactly,
even the marriages are everything's a mess because the women, and I have to say, I have to agree with you, the women are choosing wrong. Pookie and Ray. The women are choosing the gangsters and all this. It's a mess. It's a mess. You see that absolute insanity that's going on. You see the mess that's going on right now in our so-called communities because of the way the women are choosing the men that they want, and the men are behaving stupidly. Even the men to a hefty degree because they're choosing that gangster lifestyle, that gangsterish lifestyle. That they're not choosing to be cleverer and do things on
it's a hot mess level. Because
on all levels.
Here's the thing where women are struggling. Because the selection is such a pile of shit. I'm going to dig through the shit and just pull out the least smelliest shit. Well, last time I checked, shit is shit. I don't dig through piles of shit. I leave shit where it's supposed to be left. And as a woman, you have to have enough value in yourself to not dig through piles of shit. Leave shit where it is and keep it pushing. That's the real problem. Because you've literally lowered your standards to the point where, well, I'm going to dig through this shit. The fuck I will. I'm going to say this again. Women, you hold the power.
Totally.
Your womb runs this realm. You're not supposed to be mistreated. You're not supposed to be digging through shit. For what? To procreate with a piece of shit that's gonna treat you like shit, and then you got a child that's half gene with a piece of shit? What's the fucking purpose? No, that's not the way that story is supposed to end. You have the control. I don't give a fuck about men being in their feelings. I don't give a fuck about black men being in their feelings. Your responsibility is to you and your children and any future children that you have. Let me run that for the slow ones in the back. Your responsibility is to you, your children, and future children. Not to lift up a black community. Not to keep a black community going. Not to lift up a man. That's not what you're put on this realm for. Either they're going to survive or you're fucking not. But what I ain't gonna do, I'm not gonna dig through no shit, procreate with no shit, bring a soul in the realm with half of a gene with a piece of shit. Nope, not gonna happen. I'm not contributing to that. No. Don't matter who don't like it. Don't give a fuck about black community, don't like it. Don't give a fuck about black man, don't like it. Don't give a fuck about family, don't like it. Because at the end of the day, all of that shit I just described, that's physical 3D conditioning. I'm talking about your soul. You are worth it as a divine soul being to do what's best for your soul. And anything that's attached to you, making sure that it aligns with your soul. And that means what passes through your womb and what enters your womb. You are the architect, black women. Everything is modeled after you. Get your head out of the dirt and love yourself. And I don't give a fuck that if don't nobody love you but you, goddammit, you better love you. Stop looking outside of yourself for love. Because without you, none of it would be here. So act accordingly. Move accordingly. And I guarantee you start moving accordingly, we start pouring into these young women what to do. I guarantee you this shit'll be cleared up within one fucking generation. I fucking guarantee it.
Great.
So, all right. That's it with the auntie moment. I'm done.
Agreed. The women are I've said this. Delbert Blaze talk about this as well. Women are the primary teachers. Men are supposed to make sure the environment's right so the women can do what they need to do with the young ones when they come, which is why they feed off the suckle of the woman first. So the men provide the environment, and that allows the woman to do what she does best, which is that primary teacher, which is the first teacher to the child. That's the principle, period. And from that generation can be taught correctly by the woman. You could really, like you said, fundamentally, you could, in one generation, this would be done, fam. Real talk. Be done.
Yeah,
Simply
we ain't got to
done.
argue with Kevin Samuels, Mamuels, none of that.
Oh, I do agree with him on some of the things that it was trying to do in terms of what it was talking about.
Yeah, it was so fucking low level. That's what just pissed me the fuck off. Because he's talking to grown-ass men. and grown-ass women. Are you fucking kidding me? You think I need a gay man sitting up in a motherfucking blouse that don't even like women try to tell me how to operate as a woman? It's low level. And that's how far people have sunk. They don't even understand the basic principles. It's sad. And that tells me if a person like Kevin Samuels can blow up the way he did, your parents ain't teaching you a motherfucking thing.
It starts with the women first. The primary teachers, the women. The man provides the environment, and the women get on and do what they're supposed to be doing.
And supposedly and allegedly, he had women calling in, rating them. Nigga, what? Rate who? Where? It's a sick culture. The black community is a sick fucking culture. I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't give a fuck who got a problem with it, any of that. It's sick. And out of all of this, you're still recycling these souls. Still recycling these souls into this fucked up realm, haphazardly getting fed off of.
Agreed.
Women, shut it down. Keep it moving, shut it down. You're not going to get it through a man. And I see y'all keep holding on to a man's every word. And I keep seeing your motherfucking ass get fleeced. Because you refuse to stand up and use your power. Shut it down and keep it moving. The power is in literally your womb. Okay, I'm done. I promise I'm done.
No, it's I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it because again, the men, if they're not working in tandem with it, the principle's not honored properly, and there's no balance again. 48 laws of matter. It's not balanced properly. It don't work. So your men, if not supporting the women,
right? What's the point? What's the point of even being here? It's prison and
the
slavery.
Men can't exist anyway. It won't exist anyway. This is why I can't. That's why I still don't get why the men are struggling the way they are, because if they can't see that, the obvious it's obvious.
They don't need to be here. I done told them, and they get mad at me when I tell them that. You don't need to be here if you don't see it.
Yeah, but if they can't procreate for a woman, what happens? They cease to exist.
Right, and if they can't see that, then they don't need to be here, right?
Well, there you go. That's what I'm saying.
Right, because I'm not fencing to sit up here and keep arguing with them. Well, that means you don't need to be here, bro. That's all. If you don't see the value in a woman, a portal that you pass through, you don't need to be here. What's fucking hard about that?
Yeah, how can you not get it? It's obvious.
And I'm sorry, I take offense to a man that passed through a woman, and you gonna tell me the woman is beneath you? You don't see value in a woman? That tells me, degenerate, why you don't need to be here. And I done took and told you, you better be goddamn glad I ain't mother earth. Because I would have been shook your monkey ass right on off, crossed my legs, and felt no types of ways about it. The only reason you are still existing is because women are allowing it. And now we are at this junction where it's portions of women, we're not having this fuckery and this bullshit.
Agreed.
Either you gonna be on this planet in harmony and in wholeness, or you gonna get the fuck on.
Agreed.
I don't give a fuck how you feel about it. Call me a man hater, call me whatever the fuck you want to call me. I take all them labels. Because this is about the overall well-being of my soul. The overall well-being of the planet. Or the realm. So I don't give a fuck about your feelings. So go on and call up your sky daddy. I done told y'all to tell him to come the fuck on and get you. So, okay, I promise I'm done now.
No, you're fine. No, I'm with you on it. I agree. I totally agree. This is what I'm with now. So what I was going to say to you, I was going to just share something and see what you think of it. It was based on.
Let me unmute Sis Sandra just in case. Go ahead, Brother Odell.
Yeah. You were sharing. You shared something earlier about the. I think it was the Revolutionary Wars. I think you were sharing. I saw you share something about that guy. I've got something for you. In regards to that, you'll find interesting. I'm gonna just find it in a second.
Okay.
But, because it's kind of like you touched on some interesting things. So I've got some to share with you. It's a bit long, but it's worth doing because it's kind of on the theme that you were talking about. So I'm just going to bring it up in a second while you get Sister Sandra on. But it's definitely worth a look at because it's kind of where you were going with before. I'll just find it first.
You stole some swag while you looking for that. You stole some swag, Leonard, from some people that was at Kevin Samuel's funeral. Child, I'm just going to sit. But what funeral? Because his followers didn't go to his funeral. You mean that fake mock funeral they did? Because them high value men either chose not to fly to his funeral. You know that same funeral that Big Shirley and them had to put together for his motherfucking ass? Where Big Shirley was in the pulpit singing for his ass? That church service, his followers were not there. So if you're speaking about the mock picture that they put up of all of those black men dressed up in those loud ass suits, that swag. Baby, you could dress better than that. That ain't swag. That's not swag, sweetie. I don't know how old you are, but that's not swag. You cannot go anywhere looked like that. I'm only using Big Shirley because that's what Kevin Samuels used to call people, Big Shirley. That ain't me. That's what he said. But Big Shirley, goddammit, was singing down at his funeral. Big Shirley was singing back in his home service. The same Big Shirley, he ran into the motherfucking ground, talked about her wig, her swollen ankles, and every fucking thing else. It was Big Shirley singing at his funeral. And all of them high value man, not a one of them motherfuckers was up in there. So that mocked funeral picture that you saw, that was just that. Mocked. And if you felt, beloved, that was swag, the way the men were dressed, I don't know how old you are. I'm assuming that you're a younger man. You need to expand your horizons because you could never go anywhere of any substantial value dressed like that. I don't know who you're trying to attract, but that ain't where it's at, beloved. And that's, you know, the fuckery I be talking about, where people are getting their advice
foolish people
from these fucked up dating coaches.
Mm-hmm.
So not to pick on you, I'm just giving you awareness. That picture they showed you was not all them black men being at his funeral. They did not go to his funeral. I literally just minding my business, but you know when the man passed, everybody was on the case about his passing.
It was crazy.
And they literally did the church service he was buried at. They had this little services, did a live feed in a church, and it was Big Shirley them. That ain't me. That's what he called them. He gave them the nickname of Big Shirley. That's who put his funeral on, was singing at his funeral, and not near one of them followers of his was at his funeral. Yeah, Kels. I think the brother is referring to the men marching down the street in them suits. They were not at his funeral. Yeah, it was a psyops, Ancient Warrior. It was absolutely a psyops.
FF, definitely. I agree.
And the men in them suits, they was looking a hot fucking mess. Where the hell you and I finna go, bruh? Where's we fencing to go? And you in them suits, baby, we ain't finna go nowhere. Now what we about to do is swing, and we got to go get you fit for a proper suit. Where the hell we going in that loud ass shit?
What color were they?
Child, Sis Sandra, them ninjas was in lime green, hot pink, orange.
Oh no.
Bye. What event, Sis Sandra? What event you finna take? You ain't going nowhere with. You call that getting dressed?
Well, you can go to a Bahama party in the Bahamas.
Now I could see if we was on the islands kicking it. Hey, But you, that's the only place we going with you dressed like that. That ain't sharp.
No.
Island swag.
You're talking about a funeral, huh? I don't know about this person, but that sounds funny.
No, I know it's a young person because nobody older would have thought that. That's just why I'm trying to school him. Don't be listening to these idiots. Because what you think you gonna get in a mate, you gonna get the exact opposite. Ain't no woman worth a grain of motherfucking salt finna rock with you dressed the fuck the way they were.
Orange and lime granola.
Now again, if we in the Caribbean's kicking it, oh yeah, it's on and popping. And I'm gonna have on my little sundress, getting it in too. But where the hell else we going looking like that? And that's the issue I have with these idiots on social media talking this bullshit. Because they're leading these babies into the pits of hell. And the very thing that they complain about the type of woman they don't want, is the woman that they gonna get. You ain't finna get no bad bitch dressed like that.
Not of anybody of substance.
Not of anybody of substance. It's just not gonna happen. They're gonna look at you like
What?
And walk right the fuck on past you. It'll never ever happen. Because the first thing that's going to be in their mind, where the fuck can I even take you?
So can't take you home to mama. God, that's terrible. Oh my goodness. Kevin Samuels.
And he was an image consultant. And they had the audacity, his degenerate ass followers had the audacity to put that up to talking about something that was them coming out their funeral. Now, Kevin Samuels, closeted, rainbowed ass, was an image consultant.
Wow.
And they're even too stupid to realize that is an insult to him as an image consultant.
I'd agree.
And I don't even care for the man because I understood what his assignment was. And yes, I feel it was a psyops. But goddamn, the man had more style than that. Because I told you where the man got the style from. The nigga got it from black women. You got it from my auntie and them. God damn it, I done told you that.
Yeah, we used to wear them loud things.
No, fuck that. I ain't talking about that bullshit. In his defense, in Kevin Samuels' raggedy defense, I'm not even putting that loud ass colors that they have put in that picture. That is, let's be clear, that is not Kevin Samuels' style. That's his dusty ass followers. Them high valued men that want to tell women how to dress, how to look, how the hair's supposed to grow up out of your motherfucking head. That's them degenerates. I can't even put that on Kevin Samuels. He was well put together from a dress perspective. I just used to always tease him and say, nigga, come up out of that blouse. He dressed well. He was literally an image consultant. That's what he said. That ain't my words. That's his words. But he dressed as Sandra. You remember when I'm going to go back to my auntie and them because that's where I got the swag from. How when we wore our jeans, when we were going to something not really, really dressy, but it was in between and you wanted to jazz up your jeans. So you would put on either a really nice flat or a nice heel. You had on a nice blouse and you going to throw that blazer on there.
Put some jewelry on there. Keep stepping.
And you going to have your damn nice ass bag and you going to keep it pushing. And that's why I told Kevin Samuels ass, you stole your fucking look from a black woman. When you sitting up there with the nice kicks on with your jeans. And that's why I was teasing him with your blouse and blazer. Nigga, that's black woman swag. Because my auntie and them came up with that.
And then they got holy.
Well, that was later down the years. One of my aunties, she still fly as fuck. She still fly.
But no hoes.
Because she was the first one I saw do that. I was like, oh my God, that's so fly. I couldn't wait to get a first real job and dress up fly in my jeans like that. So yeah, in his defense, that bullshit, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. I know they godfather is rolling over in his fucking grave. You didn't teach your sons correctly because they still tacky. They're still degenerate lowlives. And that's the legacy you left. You didn't sit up there and talk to all that shit about Big Shirley and everybody else, but Big Shirley sang at your motherfucking services. And quite beautifully, I might add. Your dusty ass followers still can't dress, still don't have no wealth, still fucking losers. And at a minimum, I thought you had taught them how to dress. But obviously you didn't, because they put a picture up with them hot to the fucking mess outfit and swore they was casket ass sharp. That's the legacy you left, sir. Your message was not about your children, and I forget how many children you have, and you teaching your daughters values. You leaving some wealth legacy for your daughters. No. That's not what you use your platform for. You used it talking about Big Shirley, the hair coming up out of a woman's head. What the fuck she wearing?
Right.
You talked all of that shit. And the truth that you were putting in there, because you did sprinkle some truth in there, ain't none of your dusty ass followers picked up a goddamn thing. Because not only could they still not afford to fly out to your services, you know, the services that I just want to once again point out that Big Shirley and them sang at. That Big Shirley and them, I'm sure, at the motherfucking repast made the potato salad, the greens, the string beans, the ham, the chicken, the turkey, the macaroni and cheese.
Wow.
Put up the programs. Comforted your mother and your children. Yeah, you know that Big Shirley that you had a problem with? They were the ones at your motherfucking service. Not the 1,000,000 and plus something fucking followers that you had. So that's the legacy you left in this realm. That's the energy that you put out in this universe. So how many young men did you lead astray? I don't give a fuck about the old heads. Because any old head that looked at you in that light, I know they was a fucking loser. They been a fucking loser and was always a fucking loser. And they just a bitter fucking loser. Because as they sit up and talk that shit about Big Shirley don't want they funky asses. Because if Big Shirley wanted them, they wouldn't be listening to you. I'm talking about these young men that were just starting out in life, that were awkward, that were trying to find their way. And because they struggled to connect with girls and / women, you gave them a solution, a fucked up solution. That's still not going to get them what they want nor what they need. It's not going to get them no high value woman. It ain't even going to get them no fucking woman. That's the legacy you left. And even with you being an image consultant, your fucking followers still don't know how to dress. And you ought to be fucking ashamed of yourself. And any other of you men that's 35 and up spewing that fucking bullshit. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You're leading these young men into a life of hell. And you're doing it because you're fucking bitter and you are a fucking loser. Instead of you working on self, being concerned about a legacy, because once you do those things, fellas, when you work on self, when you're concerned about a legacy, that's what's attractive. That's what pulls in high value. And these bitter biddies of old men that can't tell you those things, that can't keep it fucking real with you and say, hey, young blood. And y'all know how old men be young blood. That be the old school than the motherfucker. That be the old school. Listen here, young blood. Baby, that be the old school. Instead of them pulling you to the fucking side, saying, listen, young blood, don't be like me. Don't piss away your youth. And you don't have a plan. Don't fuck around and fuck over women, because it's gonna come back to you. I'm however old the fuck you are, and I ain't got nobody. Don't nobody give a shit about me. My children don't want to be bothered with my funky ass, and I can't even get mad at them because I didn't put anything in them. I had a good woman in my life, because most of them degenerates at least have one good woman in their life and they fucked it up. That's what you should be fucking telling these young men. Not being bitter because you done fucked up. And you know in your heart you done fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta own that, bruh. And the more young men you lead astray, that's the more debt on your rusty ass back. It's not right. It is not right for the elders to be leading these babies to the fucking slaughter because you are a failure. It's not right.
It's not. See his picture. I looked him up. I don't know who that was. I looked him up.
All right, I promise I'm done now. So, baby, I know you young. Based on that statement, that's not the end all be all.
But it's important for us to leave a legacy that's good to build a life on and not just an image. You know, because looking good don't pay, well, it pays somebody's bill sometimes, some people's bills, but it's not what's valuable in this.
Let me get you up out of here, because I see you love Kevin Samuels. So you have a happy life, sweetie.
Yeah, well, you know, he needs to emulate somebody who has values other than clothes and stuff like that.
Child, he said that he picked up game and learned how to dress, and it was based on them loud ass suits. So I wish him well in his journey in them loud ass suits.
That's what his value is. So
talking about somebody hexed his sky dad. Get the fuck off my page with that bullshit.
He's just having fun, right?
Yeah. But I'm glad I said what I said. And that's the fuckery I was talking about earlier. Birthing. What the fuck? I'm birth something like that in the fucking. Are you fucking kidding me? Y'all would literally see me on the news. Breaking news story. Dun, 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 dun. Black woman snaps. Kills son. Motherfucker, what? What the fuck I look like raising some shit like that?
Yeah.
No daddy in sight. How low can you stoop where you have to be on the internet and take advice about women from a gay man that don't like women?
He was gay. Oh yeah, I did read that.
I mean, I don't know if he was gay for sure. If he wasn't, nigga, you needed to be. If you were not gay, you needed to be.
Wow.
It's pathetic.
You know, I get tired when they kind of overwalk the walk. You know how they walk the walk? I said, do we walk like that?
I can't do it with the stupidity. I can't do it. My nerves and my patience, I can't do it. Get the fuck out my face with that bullshit. Literally, I'm minding my business. Monday, we was working out with the workout crew. So one of the youngins brought up to me, now we running, and I hate running, y'all. So she was like, you remember such and so? I'm like, who? Such and so. No. I remember we was working out Wednesday at the gym last Wednesday. I'm like, oh yeah. Well, he wanna know, are you looking for a sugar baby? I was like doing a jog. I flew down that motherfucking hill. We had to do 4 laps. I flew down that hill, flew the fuck back up the hill, and the rest of the ladies was rolling. I finished my shit early and walked back so we could finish the workout. And they was all rolling at me. I said, you better tell him this ain't what he want.
Oh,
and I responded that way. Number one, motherfucker, who you think the sugar in this equation? Cause nigga, it ain't you. Let's be clear. I'm the sugar in the equation. And the only sponsoring I'm doing up around this bitch is Amazon. Shout out to Amazon. I'm a sugar mama to Amazon. Now, if you Amazon, okay. But if are you fucking kidding me? Now, that ain't even half of it now. That ain't even half of it, child. I promise you, I can't make this shit up. Why is this baby all the way gay? And the other young girl was like, girl, yeah, because you know he used to date my brother. And I looked at her, and they was laughing because they know how I am. They know how I am. So they was rolling. I said, you just better tell him this ain't what he want. But all through my mind, y'all, what's rolling through my mind, you want to be a sugar baby. First of all, motherfucker, I'm the sugar in this. Second of all, who's supposed to be fucking who? I'm confused. You gay. What the fuck?
Oh, wow.
This is the foolishness. Why would you even formulate your thoughts to think I'm fucking interested? And then you ain't even cute up in the process.
Wow, that's crazy.
You ain't even cute. We at the gym. This the first time, and I wasn't trying to meet you like that. Now we could kick it and go shopping. And Kiki, sugar baby, wait a minute, I didn't saw about 4-5 different dudes. You would not be in that selection. Are you fucking kidding me?
You know, I think a man's approach.
I was just totally disgusted. I tell you one thing. He made me run up the motherfucking hills faster than a motherfucker. I was so sore the next day. I promise you, yo. All through that workout, I was pissed. Lifting the weights, pissed, motherfucker. 5, 6, 7, 8. I was pissed.
That's a very insulting approach.
It was highly insulting.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Not very manly. Not much
no. And he's clear, sis. When I say he's clearly gay, literally.
Wow.
We was all just cracking jokes, and y'all really gonna crack up because we had to go get weights to do one of the sets.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, "Oh, those too heavy for me."
Oh my God.
I lift more weights than him, so I'm like, who fucking who? Are you kidding me? Wow. And I was joking with him. I'm like, so you're not going to take these heavier weights. You're going to make me take the heavier weights. No, see, my neck and my back. And I literally said to him, I said, your neck and your back. And we started laughing. This is the same dude that had the nerve to send a message up to tell me some, am I looking, what? You ain't in no condition. Child. See, it's the fuckery and the foolery for me.
Yeah, it's insulting. Truly bad.
What even in my aura said sugar or mama? Not a motherfucking thing. And you knew you was out of pocket because you wasn't trying to bring that shit to me. You gonna send it through your girl who was laughing and then still told all your motherfucking business, which I knew your business anyway. But that's the foolery and the fuckery that's going on this planet.
That's crazy. I don't blame you. I think mad too.
Girl, I was so motherfucking mad. I flew soon as I said, who? Such and so. Girl, I flew down that motherfucking hill. Zoom! Flew up that hill. Zoom! Flew back down that hill. Zoom! Zoom! I was done with my shit early. I was just that fucking pissed off. And I don't even like running.
Yeah, that's not even and he's insulting, really. You know, he acts like he was a lowlife or something.
He looking a whole motherfucking mess, girl.
Well, you know, we have to do better than that because it's maybe the game they learn from watching too much TV is ingrained in their heads, and they need to get out of that because that's why we're not. See, your first approach is your intent in a relationship.
A child, but it wouldn't be never be no relate in his motherfucking sense. And like Sis Kale said, you just be being yourself, and motherfuckers think you flirting and tricking. And that's what the insulting part is, Sis Kale.
It is.
I'm literally just, child, if he don't go on with that foolishness, and then got the nerve to say sugar baby. Nigga, I'm the sugar in this equation.
And that's supposed to get you to go with him, huh? Oh, wow. Ah, well. They've been watching too much TV.
But this is the stuff that I'm talking about with folks not being raised properly.
No, they haven't been raised properly. Not that one.
Because that ain't even the way if you are in the position of wanting a cougar / sugar mama, that ain't even the fucking way to approach. And no, I'm not accepting motherfucking applications.
No.
Shit.
That's crazy. Oops. I would have just done what you did, probably. Just like, ugh.
Girl, he better not show his funky ass back up at that gym. I promise you, it's going to be a different conversation. Because I know she went back and told him, because she like in our regular workout group. I know she went back and told him. She said, this ain't what you want. I know she went back and told him he better not fucking show up to another workout session.
Man, I'm telling you, that tells you what kind of women he will.
He's gay.
I know it, and that's what I mean.
Shit.
He'll just
I don't appreciate it. Because what should have been happening, girl, you want to go shopping. Child, come on. When you want to go shopping?
There's no problem with that one, huh?
Right.
No problem
We
with
could
that
go
one.
shopping, Kiki. But sugar, what?
Ooh, wow.
I'm still like, okay, who's supposed to be fucking who? Child, I'm still at a loss.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Child.
I
Again, got these young men out here looking like a whole motherfucking fool in these squeaks. Shit.
I tell you. What happened to us? What happened to
anything for cash? Child, I don't know what he gonna do for cash, but I'm telling you, he didn't even look good enough to be getting no motherfucking cash. Now you let his funky ass show back up at that gym. I'ma read him, as my grandmother say, from a Macy Gracie to a floating opportunity. God damn it, I'ma pull up that roller decks. I'm saying, don't you see this dial a dick? Do you fucking think I need you?
Oh, that's crazy.
Shit. All right, I'm really done now.
I don't blame you. I really don't blame you.
Girl, I was fired up, sis. Shit.
Yeah.
But I did get a hell of a workout that day. They was rolling that on me, girl. I was fired the fuck up.
Oh, that's crazy. My hat's off to you.
Kel said, your ad-libbing is making her weak. I know, ain't she just firing me up more, just rolling? She like, that's crazy.
That is.
But you know what I mean, sis. Shit.
Yeah, I know.
You minding your business.
I would never talk to a man who approaches me like that. Gay or not.
And he didn't even approach me.
Oh, send somebody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because, you know, I would have... The baby, what? No. I'm the sugar in this relationship. No, he sent his friend to approach me. And she knew it was bullshit. That's why she approached me in front of the whole crew. And we was laughing over it. And so after I had finished all my motherfucking laps up the hill and we got into the thing... And we did the whole workout, so we stretching afterwards, and she re-brought it up again because our trainer didn't hear it. And she looked, she was like, oh, hell no. And that's when she told his business about, she's like, girl, yeah, he used to date my brother.
Oh, my God. Ooh-wee. Yeah, I get you. I feel you. I feel you, sister. I really feel you.
Shit.
Wow, that is so wacky.
People crazy. Ugh. They just out in these streets just wilding.
Have low frequency, low vibration.
Yeah, because the point being, you mean to tell you can't read the fucking room? Now, you read the room. You just thought you would just be a degenerate and run it through a friend.
Yeah.
But that's how these men be out here. You be like, who fucking raised you? Matter of fact, you didn't get raised because you got to be out of your rabbit ass mind.
Still heathens. Wow. I'm sure he's an older man, but he didn't come up with much sense, huh?
This was a young boy, sis. That's why I'm using the term sugar.
Oh,
this wasn't no old man. That's why this was a young man.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Somebody coughing in the motherfucking background.
Not in my house. Oh, wow, that's crazy.
No, this was a young man. That's why I'm like, let's be clear. I'm the fucking sugar in this relationship. And I don't sponsor nobody. I'm a sugar mama to Amazon. Let's be fucking clear.
You better go down to one of them beaches in Mexico and pick up some of them chicks. Girl,
I'm not the one, the two, or the three.
Because they got them boys on the beach. They call them gigolos. Oh my God.
No, he was that's the point of me bringing up the story. I wouldn't be bringing up no story of no old head. This was a young man.
Well, that's crazy.
That's the point I was making to the man in my comments talking about some motherfucking Kevin Samuels. Are you fucking kidding me? That's how stupid y'all be looking.
No, that's not good.
No, that's not good.
That's not good at all. Well, we know what the next generation is going to be like, huh?
Child, I don't know.
We hoping different.
Y'all better get off this fucking internet and stop listening to these men that ain't got nobody they goddamn self. That's what you need to be doing.
That is so foolish.
And go live your life and learn some manners and be respectful and get a life. Because ain't nothing attractive about somebody that ain't got shit going on. I'll run that for the slow ones in the back. Nothing is attractive about somebody that don't have nothing going on.
And first thing you put out there is your manners. If you don't have good manners, my goodness.
Shit.
Karma is not there for him. Not good karma anyway. He doesn't have good aura.
Child, well. I can't. I guess the universe was saying, now we got to send you this craziness. Guess next time I just shut the fuck up at the gym and keep working the fuck on out. That's what I do. Just shut the hell on up, work out, and just let that be that.
Well, I would be speechless, really.
Child, like I said, now you understand why I flew up and down that hill.
Yeah,
I got a good workout in that day.
Yeah. You know, it's a different thing if a man compliments you nicely, even if he's young. But to be that kind of a personality, he can keep that compliment to himself.
Child, he don't gone somewhere.
I know that.
Just started all off wrong, delivered the message through somebody else, and we was kikiing in the gym. Like girlfriend kikiing. That's why I was so totally confused. I'm like, sugar, what? Child, I can't even do it with him. Can't even do it. Now they don't know how much they really turn us off. They don't want to get a motherfucking attitude.
No, they do. They don't know how their approach to us off. It turns us off. It's like they can't even get through the door. The door is shut.
Because they don't have basic manners.
No.
Don't even have basic manners.
You know, that happened to me when I was younger, when men talked to me like that. And didn't have enough nerves come back and ask me to marry them. And I'm like, for what?
You degenerate.
Y'all guys, it's really strange.
But it's men that weren't raised. Just like it's women that weren't taught how to be, I hate to use the term ladylike, because some of the youngins may not know what I mean. But you know what I'm saying, sis.
Right. Respecting yourself.
Yeah. That's a turn off to men. And just like their manners is a turn off to us.
Exactly. It is.
It's a turn off. And you have old heads do the same thing. Want to talk up under your clothes. And then want to turn around and ask you out. Get the fuck away from me, because I'm already reaching in my purse for my piece.
And they think that's cute. They think that's
I don't know what gutter rat you've been messing with, but that don't work with me. You think you're going to talk up under my clothes? I dressed myself this morning. I know all of the parts I got on this body. I know what I got. I don't need you to tell me or accentuate a motherfucking thing I got on this body.
And remember they used to lick their lips?
I don't like none of that. Don't be running and telling me what you gonna do. You gonna do what to whom when? First of all, I don't know you like that. And second of all, do you think you're impressing me? You think I can't break out this phone right now, whatever you describe, and have it done? I'm not impressed.
You know, it's kind of funny. I was thinking about how they used to approach me. And I'm like, you know, if they were nice-looking people, but they just had bad manners.
Right, and that's a turn off. I don't care how good you look. If you're disrespectful, if you're not a gentleman, I don't want to fucking be bothered.
Exactly.
I don't know you like that for you to be talking to me like that. I don't know you like that.
Well, and then they ask why you won't marry him. Why would I marry somebody like you?
Child, I won't walk down this corner with you, let alone marriage.
I know that's right.
I'm not even going to sit on a date with you. We're not going on a date.
Oh my gosh. I wasn't even old when they started talking to me like that. So it's not my age, my attitude is the way they
you know, and I know, and every woman listening to this and that will listen to this, we have been getting the same degeneracy since we were 12.
Yeah.
And it ain't impressed me at 12, and it ain't impressing me now. Ain't nothing impressive about it. It makes you uncomfortable. It puts you on guard.
Exactly. Exactly. There's lots I'm going to do that.
And if that's what you old heads are teaching these youngins, you ought to be fucking ashamed of yourself. That's just like me. I'm not going to teach youngins whoredom and whoreism.
Right.
It's not
I had older women who would do that. Older women used to teach me what to get out of a man. And I'm like, you know, he'll take care of you. He'll do this. He'll do that for you. That's what they used to do, though.
Yeah, those the types of old biddies that they didn't woe they hoo-ha out. And they sitting in the bar trying to catch somebody, and they don't want to be fucking bothered with their ass. So they gonna try to tell school a young girl what to get. Well, bitch, how it work for you? Cause you sitting up in this, you know, back in the day they called them lounge. Y'all call them bars now, but back in the day they called them lounge and taverns. That's my mom and them's term, taverns and lounges, but it was really just a bar. So youngins, when you hear old folks say taverns and lounges, it's really a bar. But you see some old ass biddy that wore her hoo-ha out, trying to sit the fuck up and tell you how to get something out of a man, and I'm looking at her raggedy ass. Like, well, bitch, how did it work for you? Because you looking raggedy than a motherfucker. That's wrong.
They didn't go to him. Yeah, I think that was wrong, too. And those are the people that supposed to teach you how to navigate this plane, you know, how to, you know, to be the best person you are. And then like, sleeping with guys just to do... you know, make a living off of it. That's whoredom.
That's prostitution. That's whoring.
Yeah. That's whoring. That's not good stuff. And you have enough nerves to teach you. That's another reason I've fallen out with these church folks, because it's what comes out of their mouth. It's not what they say in church, like hallelujah. It's what they
hallelujah.
You know, it's nothing. They emulate junk, bad morals, and they try to teach young people bad morals too, because that's their dream, not yours. Maybe that was her dream to be with that man. It wasn't mine.
Child, I'm not
But,
thinking
you
about
know-
any of that foolishness. But again,
But somebody's teaching these kids.
I know,
these
and it's
stuff.
not right. It's not
at
right.
all.
And I don't give a damn if folks get upset for me calling it out. It's not right. And they sitting up there giving this badass advice that didn't work for them.
Yeah, that's true.
Talking about run his pockets. Child, ain't no man finna let you run his fucking pockets. You think you running them pockets? You ain't running them pockets, sis.
No, you're not.
He
And
giving
that
you
means
what
how
he
many
fucking
times-
wants you to have, and what he giving you is fucking temporary.
And how many times you think they're going to repeat this cycle?
Like I said,
Because
aren't
they don't
those the old whores that's sitting in the tavern at the bar telling somebody else to run they motherfucking somebody else's pockets, but they're sitting at the bar looking a hot wreck? How that work out for them?
Right. Yeah. So he has a mentor. That boy, your young boy had a mentor. Young man, he had a mentor.
Ciao.
And so.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
finna wrap it
somebody
up
was his
because I
role
done went into
model.
the auntie mode. But sorry,
Yeah.
y'all. It is what the fuck it is. So,
Necessary.
yeah, I'm sorry, Brother Odell. Did you have anything else you wanted to cover or you want to pick up next week?
Yeah, well, I'll let you pick up that. The other thing I was going to cover was about the presidents in the US being melanated.
Oh, okay. You want to pick that up next week? It's totally up to you.
Yeah, we're gonna pick up next week because you want to.
Okay, yeah, you go on and do your
you?
thing. Okay. We could pick that up next week. So,
It's
Brother
just 'cause
Sean,
you
I had
mentioned
to
it
mute
earlier.
him, and why he up here laughing? You know I'm right, Brother Sean. Hey, Brother Odell, know I'm right. A woman can't run your pockets, right? No.
In your pockets, ridiculous.
It is absolutely ridiculous. You're going to give her what she want. A man know when his pocket's being ran. Are you kidding me?
Right.
And see, I ain't finna scheme to get in your pockets no way. Because I am who I am, and you going to give it to me anyway. But they not teaching
All right
that.
now. No.
Being a decent person, being something of some value. You think you finna run somebody's pockets just because? Shit, go on and tell sis to stand on the corner.
Right.
And if she don't want to stand on the corner, open up a other what's-the-face business, because it's the same thing.
Yeah, I know it. It's a sad thing that this is what
It's
we have
sad.
to, we're starting at basics. Telling
It's
people how to
basic
even approach
stuff,
each other.
sis. And that's what be frosting me.
Yeah.
Because it's basic stuff. This is stuff that your parents taught you.
How to be a gentleman, If you're going to be gay with the people you want to be with, but don't cross the line and do that foolishness that he was doing. That's not good.
He was just just a straight degenerate. I don't have a problem with his sexuality. That's his business. I've always been like that.
Stuff.
But
Do what
you
you
don't
want.
even like what I get. Are you kidding me? You got to be kidding. And sugar, you referring to yourself as sugar in the relationship? Nah, bruh. You wrong. Sponsorship? No, you can't be talking. You can't be talking to me, bruh. Because Amazon only want to get my money.
No. We are here for a purpose. Miss Rhonda and myself and Brother Sean and the rest of us, we're here for a purpose. Maybe it's being mentors to people. When they come on, they learn things.
Well,
And
hopefully
it's
they
helping them to
do.
grow.
But,
Yeah.
if they want to hold
it's
on
helping
to
them
what they
grow.
want to hold on to, that's fine too. But I just feel sorry for the younger folks that are getting ill ass advice from these low life, degenerate old heads that literally have
Right,
fucked up
exactly.
their life. And they're sending these babies down the same exact path.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I don't hear people talking about being a decent person, treating people how you want to be treated.
No.
Loving other people. It's always some schemes connected to it. And see, I don't have the energy for the schemes. My nerves is too bad. I don't have the patience or the energy for schemes.
No, I don't either.
And folks running around, why can't I find a relationship? Because you's a rotten motherfucker. You're rotten.
Wow.
You're a degenerate. And you know you a degenerate.
You want to finish it.
Huh?
You gotta start it the way you want. You gotta start it the way you want it to go.
Yeah.
And how you want to finish it.
What the fuck? You know you a degenerate, but you don't want nobody that's a degenerate.
Mm.
No, that's not how that works. You get what you put out. And nobody wants to be with a rotten motherfucker. You don't have to be with a rotten motherfucker. You don't have to be with anybody you don't want to be with. So no amount of shaming folks, talking about, oh, well, you need, look, I don't need shit, that shit that you talking, I don't need. If that's your definition of what a relationship is, what a man's supposed to do for me, I'll pass.
Oh, that's crazy.
It's literally to the point, sis, where folks are trying to shame people into fucking relationships. Literally.
Oh, that's the point. Oh, I forgot.
Yeah. You think you're too good. You think, well, yeah, I am too good. For you, yes, I am. You know it and I know it.
God.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. It's bad.
Oh. Woo.
Like somebody owes somebody a relationship. Like somebody owes you their youth. Like somebody owes you their body. Like somebody owes you their womb. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, that's basically the goal, isn't it? The womb. For most men. Maybe not for him. I don't know. I understand.
That's okay, sis Nonya. Pass it on to the next. Pass it on to these younger girls. I was just fortunate. Because my grandma, my auntie them, and my mama, military police, that's her nickname. She didn't fucking play, baby.
Yeah.
Pass it on to the next, these young girls. I don't owe you a motherfucking thing. Now, what you can get is this 357. I done told you to go on away from here with this. That's why I told that girl, you better tell him this ain't what he want. I don't know what his definition is, but baby, I promise him, this ain't what the fuck you want.
Wow.
So school these people.
They were bad in my days. They were bad in my days, and approaching they still bad.
Child, I ain't got time for that. I didn't have time for it when I was 12, 22, on up. I don't have the fucking time for it.
No,
I don't owe you my youth. I don't owe you my body. I don't owe you my womb. Where is the value in it for me? And if I can't see the value in it for me, we ain't got nothing to talk about. We can be cool or whatever. But we ain't got nothing to talk about. Shit. So with all that said, with the auntie moment. So that guy then brought that shit up. That's how that came up. I'm like, how the fuck we get on that subject? Because he didn't brought that
He
up,
did,
child,
just
because
like
he
K.
said they was
Samuel.
sharp at the services.
Bad role models. But you know what? They have to choose their role models. Obviously, they don't have enough sense to do so.
It's so
we
bad.
choose.
They're just scrambling. They're lost. And
Yeah.
Sis Latifah said they're not connecting with each other. They're coming to see what they can take away from the other person. I 1000% agree, sis.
Yeah.
And to me,
They're not.
that's the most tragic out of all of this. I have never been in a relationship where I don't like the person. Never.
But there's a lot going on that they don't like the people. A lot of relationships are like that, though.
I didn't know that until, folks started telling me, and I'm like, well, what the fuck y'all together for? I'm not understanding. Straight up though, sis. I'm like, what the fuck y'all together for? Y'all don't even like each other.
Call them out their names, cuss them out. Okay.
MFSB each other. Go tit for tat. Oh, so you gonna cheat on me, I'm gonna cheat on you. Oh, so
Exactly.
I gotta pay all the bit. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all together for? I don't understand it. What's the point? You don't even like each other.
My headset is dying.
Because it's not about that.
That's my phone.
Because everybody want to be hugged up just to be hugged up. I'm good. I got to, at a minimum, like you as a person. Because if you think I'm finna be sitting up here arguing with you and I don't even like you, no, I'm good. I'm cool on that.
Well, my headset is about to die.
I know. We didn't auntie enough. Okay. All right. So you got any last words for the family? You over here coughing. I done heard the dog put something on it a few little times.
I just swallowed my vinegar for the night.
Oh, Lord. Okay. What last words you got for the family, sis?
Good night.
Okay. All right, sis. Good night. Okay, sis.
Have a good one.
Okay, you too.
Peace and love, family.
Okay, peace and love. All right, Brother Sean, I'm finna unmute you. I thought you had gone to sleep, but I see you put up your laughing emoji. What last words you got for the family?
Well, love, brother.
Child, I had to put the scarf on.
I'm going to do today.
Heal. Get your healing on, my people. You got a lot of work to do. Take the time for yourself to heal. Fuck the distractions.
Indeed.
Fuck the bullshit. Heal. Take the time for yourself. As you see, they're not going to give you time. You got to take it. It's time for you to do what you need to do for you.
Yep.
Love y'all.
All right.
Wholeness and power.
Love you too, Brother Sean. Welcome back. It's so good to see you.
Likewise.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Good to see you.
Brother Odel, you have any last words for the family? Uh-oh. He probably tapped out.
Go sleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
always can tell when he's tired.
Yeah. He said he was off this week. But it's in the morning for him. So go to sleep, because I think he said he works out in the morning. So thank you, Brother Odel, for joining us. We'll get into the presidents next week, but I'm glad you dropped in and gave us the reminder on what we were talking about regarding the realm and the seedings and the timelines. So thank you for coming in, Brother Odel, and giving that information. Okay.
Yeah, that was a great thing you gave today too.
Yeah, shout out to Brother G. That's what I nicknamed you, brother. Cause child, I know I'm butchering your YouTube name and channel. But shout out to you. I say that's your best video, in my opinion. That's some great work. You did a great job. So thank you for that. You put a lot of perspective in that. So thanks so much for that. And thanks to Sandra for tonight chiming in on the auntie moment. Child, we had to bring it all the way in perspective. And thanks, Brother Sean. It's good to have you back, for you coming back with your wisdom. So it was good to have you on tonight.
Yeah.
And thank you, YouTube family in the chat. Y'all was dropping some great stuff. And as usual, deep stuff. And plus y'all had me rolling also. What you say, the Zoot Suit review? Child, I can't. That's a clutch the motherfucking pearl moment. They were sharp, honey.
Oh, that is funny.
I can't make this. Y'all would think if y'all was not here to witness it, if that would have happened one-on-one, y'all would have told me I was lying. Wow. And then did not even take it into heart that shit is tacky. Then double down on it was a conspiracy. Oh, okay, boo. Baby, I can't make that up. Just the wrongness of it all. Just the wrongness of it all. Shit. So, just a hot ass mess. Gay men wanting sugar mamas. Bruh, what the fuck? Shit. I just can't. So anyway, shout out to the YouTube family in the chat. And shout out to the YouTube family watching. Shout out to Brother David for the Confederacy stuff. I hope you all got some value out of that. And then shout out to Sis Rochelle, who gave us the robot stuff. So shout out to that. Yeah, child, he tried it. And child, I'm still boiling because I was like, it just makes no sense to me. But he tried it. He better not show his funk ass back up at any of them workout sessions. That's what the fuck he better not do. Shit. Weak upper body strength having ass. He better go on the fuck on somewhere. But anyhow, so fam, we will be back next week. We will get into the presidents. I definitely want to get into that because we've been going over the president stuff lately. And I know Brother Odel has something on the 1700s he wanted to discuss. And also he wanted to discuss something on one of the wars. And I'm assuming he's also going to talk about the Civil War. So I want us next week to get into that as well. So thank you all, fam, so much. Thank you, Brother G, for your material. It was a very good vid, one of your best bodies of work. So we will be back next week, family. I truly appreciate you all. Appreciate your support. And if you don't get anything out of all of my craziness, it's all about you. Love you. Ultimately. Love you. That's what this is about. You're your own savior to get yourself out of whatever mess that you're in. You have the power to do it. So with that said, family, we are going to rock out. We love you all very much. And we will be back next week. This is the Truth Uncompromised family. Peace and love, fam.